the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
You tuned into the Breakfast Show right here on BusinessDay TV. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and it's a beautiful Friday morning right here in Lagos City, and we have enough packed to keep you going to start your day. Thank you so much for joining us. We hope you're feeling the festivities already, because we are definitely feeling it. In Lagos, the energy is loud. The experts are in. The people who are ready for 30 December are here, and I tell you, I'm actually really excited for the festivities. Mr. T, we have in the studio this morning, we have Temitai Bamboshe. I hope I got that. Temi Bamboshe, as well as Mr. Joshua Bassi, our editorial director. Mr. Temi Bamboshe is our online editor here at BusinessDay, and will be joining us for the headline review this morning. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Elizabeth.
It's good to have you this morning. It's good to have you're looking dapper, both of you, in your native attires today, Friday.
Yeah.
I think you're already feeling the festivities.
Well, yeah, it's already in the air.
We can start from now.
We can certainly start from now. Well, let's see what we have on the headlines this morning. Quite a number of stories this morning. But firstly, Editors Guild to Tinubu, rescue media industry, provide tax relief. That's the first headline this morning. And reps to federal government halt computer-based WAEC exams until 2030. No new taxes, just fairer rules, says Taiwo Oyedele. That's the chairman of the tax committee. And finally, U.S. urges global push to stop flow of weapons to Sudan's paramilitary forces. But we'll start off with the first one this morning, especially since we're also in the media industry, talking about the Editors Guild to Tinubu saying rescue media industry, provide tax relief. Mr. Timmy, as well as you, Mr. Bassi, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, it is done everywhere in the world. The state somehow supports the media, different types. There are direct subsidies, there are indirect subsidy, there are tax breaks, there are state adverts. Those are ways that the government supports the media industry. So it's what the Guild of Editors bossman is asking for is not new. And I think the government should do it. And the only fear is that, the piper issue comes in. You know that popular, he who pays the piper dictates the tune.
Sure.
But then it's there should be creative ways of funding the media, and it should still be free, fair, and allowed to do its work.
But when they're asking for tax relief, what exactly do they want, Mr. Bassi?
Okay, like he said, this is what the Guild of Editor asking for. It's something that is not done anywhere else. In South Africa, in the place like I think even Canada, there's some level of sort of incentive, you may use that word, that you give to media industry because of the critical role that the media plays in every society. We are called the fourth estate of the realm. So there's that constitutional role that the media industry plays. And so for them to be able to effectively play that role, I mean, there needs that some level of support, and that support that the president of the Guild of Editors, Mr. Izanab, is also the editor of Vanguard newspaper. I mean, at their ongoing meeting, I think that meeting will be ending today. At the meeting in Abuja, where the president actually hosted the State House, was actually making this request. And what the request they're asking for should come in form of, some kind of waivers, in terms of, because if you look at the newsprint, it's a lot of money for you to even be able to buy the newsprint, and basically it's imported, and so they're asking for some kind of reduce waivers to enable them imports newsprint to be able to run effectively, because of course don't also forget that the media industry, of course, also employs a lot of people, and so if we have to also keep people, if the media houses must also keep people in employment, which of course is also at the end of the day is also in the interest of the government, in the interest of everybody, that people should be kept in employment, right? So for them to be able to do this, I mean, they just have to find a way to reduce their costs, and it's basically the cost reduction that they're asking for. They're asking for maybe exemption from value-added tax, some kind of exemption from if you are importing machinery, kind of maybe 10 to 10 years, 5 to 10 years, waiver, so allow this thing coming, because they have to keep renewing their machinery to be able to run effectively, to be able to produce. Okay, so those are the kind of support that they're asking for, which is quite in order. Like I said, it's been done elsewhere, and it is also actually in recognition of the critical role that the media industry plays in the, because they keep people informed, and of course, and it is not just informing people about what it is that other people are doing, also informing people about what government is doing. Government policies are properly communicated to the people through the media. Government action is actually properly communicated to the people through the media, and it's not just in the rural, urban city. even down to the rural areas, or those very remote places, and they have radio and all of that. So those are the things they're asking for, to enable them continue to play that very important role that the Constitution kind of assigned to them, to be able to play. And so it's not out of order that the Guild of Editors are asking for. The Guild of Editors is asking for this
for some tax relief, right?
Tax relief. It's important that the government should look into it. I want to believe that the president probably will consider it, because this industry must remain. This industry must continue to play the role that they play. And
hopefully they do that. But let's move on to our next headline this morning. Reps to the federal government says halt computer-based WAEC exams until 2030. And this one really, for me, I see that you're already smiling. For me, I'm just thinking about, I had a few questions that I put down here. Really, for me, the first one is, WAEC's digital shifts may be too much, maybe too soon. Also, my next question is Nigeria's digital readiness strong enough for full CBT rollout in secondary schools, which might be the reason for this? And my next question will be, what evidence actually did the reps present about rural and low-income students being disadvantaged? Also, is 2030 a realistic timeline? Or is it just simply a political delay tactic? Those are my questions, really, when I saw this headline. I don't know what your thoughts are.
Yeah, okay. If you recall, Elizabeth, I don't know whether to say I'm in support of this or I'm against it. But the argument that the House of Reps, put forward is laudable, if you ask me.
Okay.
Because recall that this year, 2025, during WAEC this year, there was this technical glitch.
Yes.
That sort of almost, there was this back and forth. Results were released. Later on, it was withdrawn. And later on, they started awarding marks, so to say, to students, those who score higher or those who score lower. When the result was first released, when they withdraw and then they release again, they started then having higher marks. And so there was this sort of confusion because they kind of test run this computer-based, exam this year. So then maybe it is based on that kind of experience that we had during this year that the reps actually say, look, don't rush into this thing. There should be some planning, right? That's saying that, look, your 2026, but because the plan was for WAEC was to start this by 2026. That now say, look, shift it to 2030, and then use 2026, 2027, 2028, 2029, right, to do all of your budget, right? Because this must be backed by budget, right? So draw your budget for this 4 years, and then so that you have enough to be able to roll it out. And then you will go to ensure that the hall that you are going to use for this computer business, that the internet, the computers there are actually truly functional, and that there is internet, to actually, because it has to do with internet, right? And then again, there are areas in this country where the internet is such a big, such a big problem. And then according to the House of Reps, 70% of students that are coming to write this exam, 70% of them are in the rural areas. And in these rural areas, we are not sure of, internet. And of course, again, not many of these students actually, some may not have even, sat behind a computer. Ever. Okay, right? So you are going to just rush them into this thing. So why not use this 4 years to do the planning, to do the education, okay? So that by the time you start in 2030, nobody will complain of a technical glitch. Nobody will say, "Oh, I don't know what to do," because you have done proper education. They're also asking them to kind of train computer teachers who will be able to actually, so then teach the student exactly what to do. when they get into the exam hall to write this computer-based examination. So those are the arguments that the House of Reps, has put forward to say, look, let's shift it, so that we avoid those technical issues that might, take you back. So you're basically asking for proper planning.
Proper planning.
Yeah,
So we're talking about 4 years here. Is it
Yes,
4 years
yes.
or 5 years to plan? Do you think it's not too much of a long time, because we're talking about digital education now?
Yeah.
How does this affect our push for digital education right now?
That was the reason why I said initially that I don't know whether to say or to say this is right or this is because do we have to wait for that long? Before we do. But again, if we give ourselves that period and then we start well, is it not better than to get in and we just wobble along the way? So that's why I'm saying that it could be argument for and argument against. But I'm saying that based on what the argument that the House of Reps, has put forward, I see merits in what I've said, and maybe we just need to plan it well before we launch into it. Because when we tried last time, we saw the problem that WAEC and even the student encounter. Because it wouldn't be nice for you to introduce it and then some students are not properly educated as to what to do.
So and they need 4 years to be educated. I think Mr. Bambush wants to say something on.
So how long would it take to plan?
Right.
How long would it take to plan? Remember that these people we are talking about, this examination body we are talking about, it's a dedicated exam body that has a number of people working for it, thousands of people working in its employ. You see, and it also has little offices, bureaus across the country, maybe 1 or 2 in different states. So how long does it take to plan? How long does it take to plan? I'm not saying don't give them time, but 4 years is too long.
Because I'm seeing it as a delay tax.
Yes, we are delaying the evil days. Everybody is using CBT. Yes, our circumstances may be peculiar because we are in Nigeria, we have rural areas, but rural area does not. The children in the rural areas, they use the telephone. So I just think we are delaying the evil days. We are just looking to push those things forward. There is not, we are just keeping it when it's, when it is 2030 now, they will say 2035. I remember that song we used to listen to when we were young. Join us, come with us. We are on our way. Education for all by the year 2000. This is 2025.
Yeah.
Is there education for all? No. So we just must stop pushing the evil days. If it means we do hybrid for now, let's go ahead and do the hybrid. But saying delay it till 2030, except there is a proper roadmap that will now be monitored. Like there is a dashboard that they put where all the Nigerians can go there to, okay, what have they done now? Okay, what is give us a roadmap. Then let's evaluate and see, will this roadmap take 4 years? If Nigeria is really serious about this thing, it doesn't take 4 years. We have to say the truth.
My final question, yes, Mr. Basu, just for you, will be really, should our policy be following infrastructure, or should infrastructure be following policy?
Yeah, if you ask me, there should be a policy. Of course, there should also be infrastructure.
So
the two of them can go parallel,
which should
right?
follow each other?
If you ask, why not put, no, there should be a policy. Policy first, and then put in infrastructure in place to drive and implement the policy. So I would say policy first. If you ask. But in this case, I think that what WAEC as the examination body can do, perhaps they don't need to get it, go for as long as 4 years. So I think that what WAEC should do now, in light of what the House of Reps, has said, is to say, look, this is our, our plan, right? So this is what we intend to do. It could be in the next 1 year, it could be in the next 2 years. You understand? So I'm sure if WAEC is able to come up with a roadmap, okay, that is convincing, right, to the House of Reps. I mean, and of course, the Federal Minister of Education is also involved. It's not as if it's only WAEC, because this was before WAEC, started this. They had secured the approval of the Federal Minister of Education. So it's for the Federal Minister of Education, WAEC, to actually come up with a roadmap. That's okay. This can be done in a year or in 2 years. It doesn't have to take 4 years. So it's just to convince everybody, because the fear that the House of Reps has expressed actually is a situation where you get students into the hall and they don't know what to do. So that's actually saying that, look, before you get into this, let's ensure that everybody,
Can I hold your thought a bit? Even when you take the children to the exam without the computer, sometimes they don't know what to do. That one is not on WAEC. That one is on the education system itself. It's on the Ministry of Education. It's on the teachers of the children. It's on the parents of the children, and it's on the students.
Exactly. So why?
So if we wait, we'll wait forever.
The reps have also said, look, in doing this, get teachers who have knowledge of computer to teach the students. In fact, they even say, look, even go to the private schools, because what we are is both private schools and public schools that we are talking about here. So across, and then like I said, they said that 70% of students who are writing WAEC in the country today are in the rural areas. As we speak, there are some parts of the country. You recall the issue of transmission of result, the 2023 election. They were when they say, okay, you recall what the INEC was. Look, there are areas where you may not have internet. So what do? You're going to use a manual voting system. That's against using that machine. BVAS.
Yeah.
So maybe, but because if you say, let's go, you don't need to leave anybody behind. I think that's the argument they're making. But you're not going to leave anybody.
But you know
we have to move away from this conversation, because I know that there's a lot to say. Yes.
But there are systems where there are servers that are remote that can relay this information. So if let's say we are having the education ministry or WAEC itself can have a local server where the children, once the exam is written, it sits in their own server, and once the network comes, and then we have satellite communication. Communications like Elon Musk Starlink can be used. That one, it is everywhere. So we are not depending on GSM.
All right.
So, I think we have to move on.
We actually have to move on. It's quite an interesting one. I hope that at the end of the federal government will do the right thing in the most sensible way. But now to our next headline, the final one before we take a look at what we have on the front page of the paper this morning. The chairman of the tax committee says no new taxes. They're just fairer rules. And I wrote some questions here. Is this him just trying to calm nerves? Also, when we say fairer rules, really, what does it actually mean in practice? Are we talking about closing loopholes? Are we talking about expanding the tax net? Finally, who stands to gain, really? Who stands to lose from this stricter compliance that we're talking about here today? My final question, the final one, is can Nigeria really boost revenue without increasing our tax rates itself? Those are my questions, really.
Well, I think let me quickly go first. What we have seen in the tax movement, tax reform so far, is not an increase per se, and it is promising to go against the tradition of the poor paying more tax while the rich have a way of paying lesser tax. That is the promise. But every time we discuss these tax issues, tax reforms, and they are saying federal rules and everything, we've written a number of articles saying that low income earners will pay lesser tax. Even low income companies now, they have a threshold that if they don't reach the threshold, they wouldn't pay the annual tax and all. But the thing is, like a Yoruba proverb will say, what is in the bush that is making noise and scaring us? let it come out and kill us if he wants to kill us. And if he doesn't want to kill us, let it go wherever he wants to go. So I say, as we go into the tax, let 2026 come, let the reformed tax regime start, and then we'll start seeing it. Nobody says the reform cannot be reformed. Nobody says we can't make adjustments. So all this, I think, is just trying to modify our expectation and everything. But the expectation will be modified only when we start applying the tax regime and seeing how it works in practice. Everything we've been saying may not really, have real impact until that time comes.
Mr. Abasi, any final words?
Basically, yeah. I mean, Timmy has actually said, look, the test of the pudding is the eating. Let maybe 26 January come, and then let's see how this will. I think basically what Mr. Taiwo did doing all this by since this tax law was introduced and eventually signed into law by Mr. President, just to calm the nerves, because there are fears, there are concerns, genuine concern that people have expressed. Look, that's so everybody's going to pay that. Some people will pay, some people will not pay. Basically, it's no, there will be no new tax introduced, just federal rules. Fine. I mean, so let's just wait and see. By the time the reform commences in January, we'll see how fair the rules are. We'll see who will pay, who will not pay, and all of that. So let's just wait and pray that we'll get into it, and we'll swim.
Right. We'll take a quick break right now and be back to see what we have on the front page of the papers this morning. Do stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show, and this is the newspaper review segment where we check out some of the front pages of the papers this morning. As we always like to do, we like to start off with the Business Day paper because they say charity begins from home. On the front page of the Business Day paper this morning, I did start by talking about Dirty December. Yes, Dirty December. It's very, it's a thing, and it has come to stay. I mean, we're talking about even setting up a presidential task force for Dirty December. But yeah, on the front page of the Business Day paper this morning, this one is on page 30 from the real estate desk. It says Lekki Aja corridor rehabilitation set to unsettle Dirty December. I understand. The writer goes on to say, as Lagos government assures on alternative routes. On page 30 of the papers this morning, Nigeria's biggest banks top Africa's 300 finance champions. That's in the world of finance. And then on page 31 of the papers this morning, it said sweat meets profit and longevity. In the world of entertainment today on page 31, it says why filmmakers ditch cinema for YouTube gold rush. We'll definitely talk about this one because it's really important at this time. On page 6 of the papers this morning, it says fixing Nigeria's healthcare system, how bureaucracy brain drain break healthcare workers. We'll still speak more on this on the big story. But let's start by talking about this Lekki Aja corridor rehabilitation. It's good to do rehabilitation. It's good to work on said road, but I think it's wrong timing if you ask me. These days, I'm coming to work. A journey that takes me barely maybe 25 minutes now is taking me about 2 hours. And it's not even funny at this point because I've been looking at it like, do I have to leave the house by 4 just to make it to work? Do you understand? At the end of the day, I'm spending my entire day on the road. Like, it's not even good for my health in any way. And we have a time where Lagos 30 December has become something. It's become a cultural phenomenon. It's become something that the world is looking out for. Everyone is coming. Last week we had so many events: ArtX, Design Week, Fashion Week, all of that. It's even worse. You know, if you look at what's up Lagos, things to do in Lagos on the budget, you're seeing different events, and that's when you are deciding to take, do
and most
rehabilitation.
of those things are in Lekki.
And the coastal way, yes, and the coastal way is not opened. If you want to pass there, you would be trying to bribe your way, which is wrong.
Well, to be fair to them, part of what they said would be the way out, or the alternative is they will open the coastal way this time. And then they used specific words like they would do some of the work at night. They will prioritize night work and everything. Okay. But like you said, I believe this is wrong timing. It is a very, very wrong time. Why not wait until
earlier?
If you can't do it earlier, then wait until January. This is the kind of thing you wait for, not why. So, sorry that I'm still going back.
Exactly.
So you let the 30 December go, and then you come on. But you see, I am thinking this is still, well, maybe I shouldn't say this on air. I'm thinking this is the people wanting to make sure that the people who will come for the 30 December see that work is being done. You know, sometimes we believe work is being done when we see men on the road working. So maybe it is just a tactic to show.
To what end? Because that's not part of the experience. What we should be selling right now is an experience for these people that when they come, I don't want to come to a country if I was, visiting, and part of what I want to see is that they are walking on the road.
Let me make you laugh. I once had some tourists who asked that they want to experience the hold up in Lagos. Special request. They said they want to.
They will experience
the tour organizers had to organize a downfall and look for where the traffic is huge and provide a lot of water and took them there. And then they
Mr. Temi, let me shock you. Already during this period, so I always tell my friends, because when I'm doing like calendar, those of them that come, I'm like, okay, from October ending, traffic increases along this axis. So already there is already traffic. The traffic is already wild. So this level of that, if they're assuring us that there are alternative routes. Trust me, with the alternative route, we'll see experience traffic. So even if anybody is telling them what you are not experiencing, Mr. Basu, you don't want to experience traffic for 4 hours to ArtX. No, I keep saying ArtX, like I'm doing a free advert for any event, and you're getting there at the end. At the end of the day, the experience is gone now. You gotta go back to your country and say, yes, there was an event I was supposed to be at, but
traffic.
No, that's not.
I think they just want to dirty the 30 December.
Yes, dirty.
But let me also contribute to here. I think it's wrong timing. If you ask, I think that's what seems to be the consensus. That's the wrong timing. But then, if you also look at the pattern of rainfall this year, you notice that even as we speak, this is November.
Yeah, this is November 14.
November 14, and as we speak, there might be rain today. We can never tell. I want to perhaps think that the Lagos State government may also have been looking at the
pattern of rainfall,
and then looking at it, and then look. Maybe they could have started earlier. Maybe the rain is not helping matters, and then they are now looking at hoping that by December we may not have rain, because we are actually getting into the heart of the dry season, as we know in this part of the world. It means, okay, let's take advantage of the period where we are not going to have rain to see how we can fast track it. But I just think perhaps that may have been, because I don't want to believe that they may not have sat down in the State Executive Council
to consider.
Discuss this, because when I called the Commissioner for Transport yesterday in respect of this, he was saying that look, that the state government is aware of and are conscious of dirty December. But that this work has to just find a way to do it, and then that this alternative, they will talk to the federal government to open the coastal road. They will deploy traffic managers to manage traffic 24/7, and that they will also
work more at night.
Work more, and all of those things they want to do. But I think that they may have thought that okay, fine, they're going to be for eight weeks, right?
Until March next year.
They're going to be, they say 8 weeks. I think that's what they say.
8 weeks. So that's about.
So meaning that perhaps it might be around the second
week
third
of
week
January.
of January.
Yes.
So I get that they want to take advantage of the dry season, as it were, to see what they can do, and maybe they may have. Okay, look, I mean, while we expect dirty December, dirty December last year was a big thing for the state economy because about over 111 billion that was what was generated. Yeah. So they are, I mean, they may be that should be aware of this. And it's likely it might be bigger this year because we've seen some stability in the economy, right? I mean, so a little bit of stability. So it is perhaps projected that this year should be bigger. So I think that
so long as they open the coastal way, because the coastal way actually it shortens your journey. When I'm using the coastal way, it takes about 15-20. Yes, it's actually really fast. When I found that way, I was like, really?
But I don't
know.
I don't know why the coastal road, part of it that has been completed. I don't even know why it's not open to. I don't know why it's not open to the public.
I think she mentioned why.
Yeah,
some people are just trying to take rent from it. Yeah, I think.
No, but I think there's also maybe they mandated them not to.
It has been opened. Did you forget that the president came from Abuja to cut the ribbon on the 700 kilometers of it, or 70
when
kilometers.
you want to pass.
So it's maybe that's a question that we should seek answers to.
After the president opened part of it that has been there, there was this people going there to shoot video and they say all kinds of things, and then they went and employed. They even actually deployed soldiers because you recall there was a time we wanted to go. There were soldiers stationed there to prevent people from accessing it. But I'm saying that look, for the part of the road that has been completed and commissioned,
should be open.
Yes.
Let it be opened up.
Open to the public.
It will be opened up, hopefully.
So let them just open it permanently and allow people to.
Yes, it
and
is a
if that's not done, we'll keep talking about it on the media.
Yes.
And make sure that we hold them accountable to actually open it up to ease life for people. Because trust me, the people who would even come to experience our dirty December, they should also experience the
They should. I know what it will look like at the end of it all.
It will be lovely for them to experience our road, but because we have to quickly go, this one is really important. The world of entertainment says why filmmakers ditch cinema for YouTube Gold Rush. And I was going into the story, and I thought it was really important to highlight some of the points that have been made here. This is on the back of AFRIF, which was held last week, which is also one of the activities of Dirty December. It was bustling with activity. I was able to attend at least two of the events.
Sessions.
Yes, 2 sessions, which were really good. Now it says here, just reading, it says top Nollywood producers have shed light. This was at AFRIF. Why many established actors turned filmmakers are abandoning theatrical releases for YouTube, where a single viral hit can recover production costs within weeks without uncertainty of box office performance. And this one is really important. They had a panel which was on quantity versus quality, and producers outlined the financial trade-off here. 250 million betting 250 million to 300 million on a risky cinema release, or investing 9 million naira. That's like 21 million. What am I saying? That's about 200 and something million less to 50 million in a YouTube film. They agree that while cinemas rarely guarantee a break even, YouTube offers faster, more predictable returns with modest budgets, often translating into millions of views and steady ad review. I don't want to go too in-depth into the story because we already know the story. I mean, look at this year, one movie, not just one, a lot of them. I'll highlight one, Love in Every Word. That one, maybe, I don't know if Mr. Bassi saw it, because I know that so many people saw
Everybody
it.
knows that Alugo.
YouTube movies. I don't watch YouTube. I didn't just watch YouTube, not because of anything. I'm still just used to Netflix, still used to cinema. But that particular one, I watched it. That was a sensation. And look at how much you were able to make. Now, speaking to a few, industry colleagues in the movie industry colleagues, they talked about the fact that it's always like a bet, when you say you want to do a box office movie,
yes,
and then you take it to the box office. If you are not, you could do a great movie, but the Nigerian audience, right? If you cannot do like a Funke Akindele kind of marketing where you're to get people on the street to watch your movie, if you're doing an intellectual type of movie, not saying that movies are not intellectual, I hope you understand what I'm saying. It's for the streets. So if Genevieve does a movie now, a kind of audience that will go to the cinema is not enough to help her recoup money. Because now she has a movie that is on the shelf that, because it's literally on the shelf, it has shown already in the International Film Festival and all that. It's supposed to be in box office now, but because of this bet. Now, there'll be the conversation of, should I just move it to a YouTube movie? There's also a reputational thing where some of them are still looking at it like, okay, it's the rapping for me to come from a,
cinema
box office to YouTube. But the truth is, the YouTube movie creators are the ones that are making the money. So there's a quick shift. I will have to now decide and say, are we going to just accept this YouTube cinema world and maybe turn it into something that is not looked at less than box office, or where exactly are we going?
Well, for me, YouTube, it's about money, it's about longevity, and you see, follow the money. Wherever the money is, follow it. That's it. Exactly. Cinema boxes, just like the name, the box office boxes you into the number of screens, the number of sessions, the number of people who can fit into that box, into the cinema theater. You see? But YouTube, everybody sees it. In Iceland, in Russia, in
there's no limitation.
Tajikistan, there's no limitation. Everybody is watching it. And there is no place we don't find Nigerians. So it's about numbers. It has decentralized. You see, YouTube decentralizes this thing. And for all I care, it also helps fight piracy.
Okay.
Because once my film is on YouTube already, nobody needs to download it and put it on private platforms. You see? I know that I can always go to YouTube. What it will cost me is my data, and then I will see a few adverts, and then I'm good to go.
But will this in any way reduce the quality of movies? I don't know how many YouTube movies you get to watch, but I do hear that the acting...
No, it depends. It now depends on the producer. Okay. It depends on the producer. If I'm giving you cinema quality on YouTube and you are watching it, what do I'm not losing anything. But if I'm not sure, it's a bet, it's a gamble. So if I go in with uncertainty, so I will say, okay, instead of committing like 250 million naira into this movie, let me just do a modest 15 because I am gambling. Now, if I go in the first time and people accept it and I feel that, okay, my reputation is built, then I can now increase the budget. And nobody says that after going to box, although it's somehow, after going to box office, I remove some cuts like some cinema makers do. I remove some cuts and then bring it to YouTube.
So what happens to box office movies now? What happens to cinemas?
Disruption.
Because this is going to be loss of jobs for some people, loss of revenue for some people, if now YouTube seems like the newest cash cow. So what then happens to...
I don't think the cinema would die.
It won't die.
Still be people who go to
it won't die.
These days it's always almost empty.
There will still be some people who feel that let me take my family so that we sit down together to
watch.
Sit down together and watch YouTube.
No, it's not. See,
it's not like being in the hall.
Yeah.
It's not like being.
The ambience and everything is different. But the problem with cinema now is not about the cinema. It's about disposable cash in the people's pocket. If I'm going to cinema now, I would need to prepare at least 5,000 naira for myself. Now, let's say I'm going with another person, a plus one, that is 10,000 naira. Okay, plus two, that is 20,000 naira. Don't forget to still travel.
Yeah.
Don't forget to still have popcorn and everything. Cinema is a culture, is a means of celebration. You see?
Yeah.
So it's about disposable cash. If the country continues, if the macro gains in the country's economy, if it trickles down to pockets, then cinema would. YouTube cannot replace cinema. No, it can't.
Okay, we have to go now. Let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day on the Business Day paper this morning before we wrap up and move to Business Morning today. Our cartoon of the day is always quite interesting, and today is Friday, so we'll see what either Asuko or Okpara, whichever of them is on the cartoon of the day. We'll see what they have for us this morning. So there you have it. What's that? What's written on it?
Impunity.
Is it impunity?
Impunity, yes. Okay. Impunity is falling on somebody that looks like a minister.
Somebody that we know. Yeah, somebody that looks like the FCT minister.
A caricature.
It's and is apparently on a ladder which is also breaking. And then you see impunity falling. What does that mean?
Then a bottle is falling from his hand. I don't know what bottle it is. It may be perfume or alcohol. I don't know.
Maybe water.
It may be water, yes, like the one on the runway.
Yeah. That's quite interesting. I mean, they say pictures tell 1,000 stories, and there's a lot of stories, a number of stories you can pick from that. However, it is our viewers want to take it. But that's why we wrap it up this morning on the newspaper review segment right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. It was truly delightful speaking to Mr. Temi Igbamboshe, our online editor here at Business Day, as well as Mr. Joshua Basti, our editorial director right here at Business Day Television. Thank you so much for joining us. Up next is Business Morning at 9 a.m. Do stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Once we made the world's red gold palm oil that built nations. We wove ashoke that told our stories. We crafted leather that walked across continents. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go local, from raw potential to market power. For exhibitions, sponsorship or partnerships, call Rachel on 0806 420 3499 or send a mail to rachel.edache@businessdayonline.com.
Join us as we honor excellence at the Nigerian Business Leadership Awards 2025, a night dedicated to visionary leaders shaping Nigeria's business landscape. From Person of the Year to Outstanding Leadership in Non-Interest Banking and Financial Inclusion, Retailer of the Year, Business Leader of the Year, Female Executive of the Year, and many more. It's more than an award.
It's a celebration of enterprise, innovation, and impact. For sponsorship or participation, contact Uchina on 0703 047 2336, Daniel on 0802 756 4653, or Shagun on 0812 024 3167. On Business Day, Nigerian Business Leadership Awards 2025, celebrating excellence in enterprise.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges. because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is Wozu's commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
good morning. You're still watching the Breakfast Show on Business Day Television. Well, this is the Business Morning segment. I am Destiny Momo. Let's bring you the news in details. Governor Ademola Adeleke of Osun State has presented the 2026 appropriation bill of 705,794 billion naira, christened Budget of Economic Transformation, for consideration and approval to the State House of Assembly, with 55% for capital expenditure and 45% for recurrent expenditure. Adeleke revealed that his administration had attained a remarkable milestone in implementing the 2025 budget, noting that the 2026 budget builds on the achievements of the last 3 years since he assumed office. The governor noted that the 2026 budget proposal was prepared based on the projection of the 2026 to 2028 Medium-Term Expenditure Framework, MTEF, as required by the Osun State Fiscal Responsibility Law 2012. Adewale Egbedun, the speaker, praised the governor for his transparency, prudence, and accountability in the management of state finance and resources, pleading the support of the legislature for the executive arm in the running of the bag. The Speaker assured that the House will conduct careful legislative scrutiny to ensure that the budget reflects the hopes and aspirations of the people of Osun State, certain that every allocation must serve the public interest and contribute meaningfully to sustainable development across all sectors. And moving on, the House of Representatives has directed the Federal Ministry of Education and the West African Examination Council to suspend the planned introduction of computer-based testing for the 2026 examinations with immediate effect. The lawmakers raised concerns over inadequate preparation and the risk of widespread failure and urged a delay until 2030 to allow for proper planning and infrastructure development. The House also called on the ministry, in collaboration with state government, to allocate funds in the 2026, 2027, 2028 and 2029 budget for the recruitment of computer teachers and construction of computer halls with internet facilities, the provisions of standby generators, and the assessment of private schools' readiness before the implementation of the CBT policy in 2030. The resolution followed the adoption of a motion of urgent public importance moved by Kelechi Wogu during Thursday's plenary session. Wogu, leading the debate, pointed out that WAEC is responsible for conducting examinations that qualify students for higher education, emphasizing that many institutions require candidates to have at least 5 credits, including English and mathematics, in WAEC to secure admission. And still on, Chairman of Presidential Committee on Tax Reform, Taiwo Oyedele, has said that Nigeria's ongoing tax reforms are not about introducing new levies. Oyedele stated this during a recent National Orientation Agency dialogue titled Simplifying Nigeria's Tax System, Building Public Trust and Inclusive Growth Through Transparent Fiscal Reform. Oyedele revealed that the reform is not meant to impose a new burden on citizens, but to simplify the tax system, promote fairness, and ease compliance, especially for low-income earners and small businesses. And also in the news, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has called for international action to cut off the supply of weapons to Sudan's paramilitary rapid support forces, who are accused of mass killings in El Fasher. And at the end of a G7 foreign ministers meeting in Canada, Rubio said the RSF had committed systematic atrocities, including murder, rape, and sexual violence against civilians. Sudan's army accuses the United Arab Emirates of propping up the RSF with weapons and mercenaries sent through African nations, while UAE and the RSF have repeatedly denied these allegations. The RSF has been fighting the Sudanese army since April 2023, when a power struggle between their leaders erupted into an all-out civil war. Rubio's comments are some of the most outspoken so far by the Trump administration about the war in Sudan and actions of the RSF, but it is not clear how much impact they will have. Now let's go on a quick break. When we are back, we will be discussing the first topic on the Business Morning today. Stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on BusinessDay television.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges. Because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there.
Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
And welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Nigeria's future is often framed in the language of youth, a young and vibrant population full of promise. But in the shadows of that story, another demographic is quietly rising, one we rarely plan for or talk about. They are the elderly, the parents and grandparents who once built and carried this nation. And while Nigeria remains young, it's also aging faster than it is preparing to care. This morning, we're asking a critical question. Who takes care of the carers when they're no longer able to care for themselves? Well, joining me to unpack this morning is Dr. Omotara Fagoyi. She's a strategic communications expert and public health policy analyst. Thank you for joining the show, Dr. Fagoyi.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Good to have me here.
Yes. Before we get into the numbers, can you give us a sense of perspective? Nigeria often prides itself on being young, a young population, but why should we start paying attention to its aging population right now?
Well, so I will start from a broad perspective, and that's looking at the continent of Africa. While the continent of Africa currently has the lowest share of adults aged 60 and older in its population among all other regions, the total number of older Africans is projected to triple by 2050. And Nigeria, even though Nigeria is young, it is also large, and it also has a significant number of older people. And therefore, if we say, you know, if we overlook that number, we are almost preparing ourselves for a crisis that we might not be prepared to manage. When you take a look at the current population, we have over 200 million people, and 40% of that is over 65 and older. That's a significant number. That is millions of our, 4% rather, sorry, I missed my numbers. 4% of that that's millions of our older adults, our grandparents, our fathers, and our mothers, and our sisters, and our uncles, and our aunties. And they don't have tailored care and support to help them when they get to this particular age. So it's very important that we have to start to pay attention and start to prepare for this particular demographic before it becomes a crisis that we cannot manage.
Work closely around public health communication and policy. So how would you say we have gotten to where we are now, where the traditional family care model that once supported aging system seems to be weakening under urban life and migration? How did we get here?
Well, I mean, if we look at it critically, times have changed. Before, we had lots of family members in our country. We have them at home, we have them in our villages, we have them very close to us. Before, it used to be, you know, you'd have an uncle and an auntie living next door, so everyone could live in a communal setting. But times have changed now. People are leaving from the rural communities to the urban communities. People are leaving from one country to the other to seek a better life, essentially. The job market has expanded, modernization has set in, industrialization has set in. So that status quo that we used to have no longer exists. And to no fault of anyone particularly, it's just that times have really changed. And it's very important that we also start to move with times. Times and trends have changed, and it's important that as these things, as these trends start to move, we are there supporting our people and providing the right kind of care for them.
Is, you know, Nigerians moving out of the country in droves for greener pastures, or whatever the case we might call it. We've seen thousands of doctors, nurses, caregivers leaving Nigeria. How's this medical drain affecting older Nigerians who need day-to-day care?
Well, like you rightly mentioned, that we are currently facing a brain drain syndrome, where we've got lots of our medical professionals, healthcare professionals, currently migrating, leaving the country for greener pastures elsewhere, where they seem or they believe they will be better appreciated. The UK alone licensed thousands of Nigerian nurses and midwives, and you can find a lot of them in the Nursing and Midwifery Council register. you have a lot of doctors who have also left, over 15,000 of them who have left the country. And what that is doing on the healthcare system is that there are longer waits, the longer waiting periods. You have less medical professionals or practitioners who will cater for the young people, not to even talk of the older generation. You have less research, less research being conducted to understand what are the peculiar needs of this particular demographic. So I believe that this brain drain is significantly affecting the country more than it is, even though the flip side of it is that we then have a large Nigerian diaspora that is sending back money to the country, and it's bigger than a foreign investment. In 2024, over $21 billion was recorded sent by Nigerian diasporans to the country. So that's a huge gain. However, it's that we're losing the hands that should care and cater for this particular generation, and that must not be overlooked.
Right, and we have also seen Abuja set up the National Senior Citizen Center, and they've also adopted a national policy on aging, yet we see the older person's rights and privileges. The bill is still not law. Why is this legislation so vital, and what exactly is delaying it?
Well, I'll start from the very last question you asked. What is delaying it? Well, your guess is as good as mine. I honestly don't know what is delaying it, but I think it's a matter of priority. The national policy for aging, on aging for older persons is very vital because, it sets out goals and objectives that call attention to emerging issues for older people, as well as to promote laws that protect the rights and the privileges of older people. It's very important because it also states and it aims to enhance the quality of life for this demographic. I can't begin to list the benefits of the benefits of this particular policy or these particular policies. We have the National Senior Citizen Center, which also has been created essentially to support the older people. So these are very critical policies that are in place. They exist. We know that they exist. What is left is the implementation, the execution. And I personally think it's a matter of priorities. It's a matter of looking at what is important. And I understand that Nigeria has a young population, and it's almost normal to look to prioritize that population over a certain demographic. But we then understand that this is a cycle of life that moves around. Everyone who is young today will definitely get to the older, will get old. So if we don't think about that particular period, then we're not preparing ourselves who are young for that particular period when we're old and we need a lot of care and support.
Right, Dr. Fabri, I'm going to come and talk about, what's going on right now. We've been seeing the healthcare professionals going on continuous and consistent strikes, over the months, and currently we're even still seeing one going on. And I'd like to hear your thoughts very quickly on that before I come to my next question on what really could be done about this consistent strike. Someone said jokingly that, maybe we should just add this to, our system and just look at it as something normal, because we keep seeing doctors, we keep seeing nurses going on consistent strikes, making demands, and then nothing happens. They go back to work. In the course of the strike, then you see people who have, get to lose their loved ones in, when this is happening. So what can be done to really address this situation going on now?
That's a very serious question, and I know that it's very topical because that's what is currently going on. I believe that there has to be a need to prioritize healthcare in Nigeria. Every other part of the world pays attention to the healthcare sector because they understand that that is the nerve of the country. The healthcare sector makes sure that every person is well taken care of. It's a basic human right that everyone is cared for. So I believe that there needs to be a critical look into how to make the healthcare sector sustainable. At the moment, I understand, I know, not even understand, because I've lived in Nigeria for a very long period of time. So I know that even till now, a lot of healthcare bills are being paid out of pocket. And that needs to stop, because not everyone can afford at that point in time when they need that sort of care, can afford to pay for it. If there is a system that makes sure that you've paid for your healthcare ahead of time, so you know that you have a bank, for instance, that caters for your healthcare, and all you just need to do is call your general practitioner to say, I'm not feeling well, I need your support, can I get some care? You go there, you don't need to pay out of pocket, because you never know when you'll be lacking in money. That's one. Two is to provide a scheme that supports care professionals. And I'm not saying that this is peculiar to Nigeria. In the UK, for instance, we have a lot of conversations that are going on around increasing salaries for healthcare professionals. It's a huge conversation about it. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria. However, we know that it's an important topic regardless. So there has to be a care package for healthcare professionals to know that their work is appreciated. There has to be some sort of career development for them, some sort of training for them. So even if the support is not direct in terms of salary, they have other benefits. They have other support that makes them feel appreciated, that, okay, I'm not being paid so well, but there are other things that I benefit from working in this particular profession. So that, for me, I think is a way to look at this conversation, and perhaps a way to move forward.
Right. And one thing you often say is that care is infrastructure. Could you break that idea down for our viewers this morning? How could investing in structured elderly care actually boost productivity and economic growth?
Well, if we look at here, structured healthcare like roads, it's that we're trying to make sure that all the arms, parts, legs of healthcare is being supported. That's one. Now, first and foremost, I would say if we freed up working age adults, for instance, to actually work, that's by one. If families, we mentioned earlier in the conversation that we've got lots of people who have left their current residences from the rural to the urban centers or urban communities. They've left Nigeria to other parts of the world for greener pastures.
Right.
Now, if Nigeria takes it upon herself to say, you know what, we're going to create a structure that cares for the older people, and we're going to use a fraction of the remittances that are sent in by the diaspora to create a system that is mainly for older people. Now, what that will do is, for working age adults who are across the world, they can focus on their work. They're going to be more productive, because they know that looking back at home, our families, our elderly ones, are being supported safely and in an affordable manner. That's number one. Number two is that we keep older people more productive and healthier. So, for instance, if the government in its policies creates schemes that train people, the moment they get to a particular age, they start to train them on certain health conditions that might affect them in their older age, they are better prepared, because there's a negative assumption that once you get to a particular age, mostly from 60, you are less able to be productive. Well, we've seen that is not totally true. You see in some other parts of the world, in the UK, for instance, there are older people still walking around, still owning businesses, still going back to school and earning a degree. So I think that if there's a scheme that trains older people, that prepares them for that later life, that, you know, makes them more productive, that's another economy for older people. The third one is if we create definitely a structured healthcare system, will create more jobs. This current demographic is an untapped economy. The silver economy is what I call it. It's an untapped economy. If you look at other parts of the world, the UK, for instance, there's a huge import of carers and nurses and doctors, particularly to care for their older people. Why can't we also invest in that? Why can't we open more care homes to take care of older people, especially with the diasporans abroad? We have lots of people abroad who have their parents back in Nigeria. So that's an untapped opportunity right there. So that's why I said structured healthcare is very important.
Right, and on the back of what you're saying, let's talk about some of the stigmatization that we still see happening. We see things like dementia still deeply stigmatized. Some older people are even accused of witchcraft, especially here in Nigeria. Africa, how do we begin to change this narrative to actually bring dignity into this conversation about aging?
Well, for me, I will start from proper education and awareness. And why I said that is because generally, old age is generally and unfortunately in Africa, old age is associated with so many things negative. And because of that, most people don't look forward to getting old. But you find that this is very different in other parts of the world, especially the West. It's very, very different in the sense that people look forward to getting old because that stigmatization is not very common. So I will start from a place of education and providing a lot of awareness for dementia especially. Dementia is a medical condition and it's not spiritual. Let's call it what it is, first and foremost. Secondly is that we start to create grassroots awareness, going into the rural areas, doing lots of outreach, community outreach program, particularly for training and awareness on dementia and other age-related conditions, that people know that when they get to a particular age, if they've lived this particular lifestyle or just natural because of old age, they are likely to experience X, Y, and Z, and it has nothing to do with spirituality. They speak in a language that they understand. They use local influencers to push this campaign. I think gradually, it's not going to happen overnight, but gradually, people will then start to see what dementia is and what other age-related conditions are and how to start to support their older ones that are existing and also prepare themselves when they get to that particular age. And with time, that whole negative assumption that people have towards old age would start to reduce, hopefully.
Right, Dr. Fabri, let's talk about remittances from the diaspora. You happen to also be in the United Kingdom. We see that, over $21 billion last year we received. But how can we actually get, is there a way we can get a fraction of that to be channeled into structured, reliable healthcare and support for older Nigerians back home?
Absolutely, I think there is. Now, right now, money sent from abroad mostly goes into school fees, into rent, into emergency hospital bills, and all of that. And it's important, it's powerful, but it's also fragile. If a particular person, let me just use one person, if a particular person loses their job abroad, that support can disappear overnight. So the real question is, how do we turn that sum of money into long-term protection for older people back home? And I would start from practical things. How can the private sector and public sector think of healthcare wallets to remittances? So for instance, if Ada from Sheffield has an older mom in Nigeria, Ada thinks about how can she support her mom at home. But if a particular bank says, you know what, we have this wallet where you can send a fraction of your money, maybe 1% every month into this particular account, and over time, there's a bit of what I call investment. They stop or they invest with your money, but it also builds up. It's accumulated and built up in a way that when Ada needs to provide emergency care for her mom, she just goes into that healthcare wallet and her mom can be cared for without that emergency that comes with that urgent scare that comes with, okay, I just had my mom is sick, how do I care for her now, even if I don't have the money? So if there's a healthcare wallet where remittances per individual is put into and stored, that's for me is one of the options that can be explored. Another one is if the government, for instance, considers a diaspora care fund for all of the diasporans that we have. It's a way of giving back and supporting for all of the money that is being sent back home. So if the government opens like a fund for the elderly ones that we have. So once anybody reaches the age of 60 and they've got their children abroad, they know that they are providing, if they say they contribute, like if each diaspora contributes like £100 or $100 every year just to fund their parents, the government then matches it and says, you know, for every $100 or for every £100, we're going to put £20 or $20 there, and that combined amount can be used to create a standardized package of services for every elderly person, you know, for their checkups, for hypertension or diabetes care or whatever basic diagnostics that they need to care for.
Right. I like that you already started mentioning healthcare wallet and all of that. Are there other technological inventions that you think could also be put in place to serve these older people who may not be tech savvy?
Yes, absolutely. At the moment, I know that there are lots of applications that older people tend to use to get information. Interestingly, I conducted a study that looks at older people from the age 60 and above, and I found that they actually have an understanding of how to use digital devices, but they need more training because there's so many, it's so techy that a lot of them just know the basic things. So I think that there is an opportunity for people in the health tech industry to look at how can they design technology that really suits this particular demographic. How can they, or if there are existing applications, how can we make it easier for the older people to use? And this is important because there are lots of, we know that the older people are vulnerable to a lot of things.
Right.
They would see links, not properly investigate what those links are, probably click on those links, and those links tend to take them to fraudulent sites, take them to places where there's a lot of misinformation, take them to places where there are lots of incorrect advice or medical advice or whatnot. So I believe that they need to be supported in that area, and there is a need for technology to create systems and applications that can be understood by this particular demographic. It doesn't have to be cool, doesn't have to be fancy, it just has to be effective.
It just has to be effective. Dr. Fabry, just before you go, if you had the president here for 60 seconds, what's the one policy move that Nigeria must be taking right now to prepare for this coming silver surge?
Thank you for that very question, for that very, very critical question. For me, it will be first and foremost, set a date to one, prioritize national older care, older person's health care. There has to be a guarantee. There has to be an assurance by the president that just as we are creating systems and policies and support and facilities and infrastructure for the younger people, we also have you in mind. And we're going to support you to make sure that you have the best support or best care even as you age. So that includes providing basic packages at primary and secondary levels, treatments, free treatments for hypertension and diabetes, providing free drugs, providing simple diagnostics, providing supports in cataract surgery, providing palliative supports with no payment at all. Because a lot of our older people have given their best time and life to this country. And it's only best to give back to them in a way that they feel appreciated, that they really serves their country. That's the first one. And I think that's the most, if I also look at all of the things that I mentioned, I think that's the most important thing that the president can do to support the older people in Nigeria. And that would really be my biggest ask.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Omotara Faguyi, strategic communications expert and public policy, health policy analyst. Thank you for joining us on The Big Story this morning.
Thank you very much, Liz.
Well, this has been The Big Story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning. Joining me this morning is right. The conversation today is all about the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, who has reportedly banned the use of mobile phones by staff of the Abuja Geographic Information Systems and the Department of Land Administration. The move follows the viral video of his heated exchange with a naval officer at a disputed land site in Gaduwa district. Report says Wike was angry that the video leaked from within AGIS and has now restricted phones, especially for staff on grade level 14 and below. Many civil groups and workers have condemned the decision, describing it as harsh and unnecessary. Meanwhile, the Minister of Defense, Mohammed Badr Abubakar, has thrown support behind the naval officer, Lieutenant A.M. Yerima, who clashed with Nyesom Wike in that viral video. He praised the officer for staying professional, saying that he was only doing his job. Now, the defense minister insisted that no action would be taken against the soldier and that his ministry would protect any officer performing lawful duties. Well, that's the story from social media, going ahead to ban phones at AGIS and because that video was released. For me, I think is a reach because there has to be, most true firms, a deeper ground for banning phones. Maybe they don't, maybe it makes them lose focus or they make them, but because of the fact that it's from a selfish standpoint, say you're banning phones because you happen to see how unruly you were with the military, and then you're saying that you're banning phones. That's to me, that's a misuse of power, if you ask me.
For what it is, again, we can only point out those areas that are hiding in gray zones, but it's important as point them out. Let people also see exactly why we're pointing this out, and to do that it's also important for them to also see that too long they say don't make it right, but at the same time, it's important that we know why did Wike choose to come there himself? What exactly was he trying to prove? Because you'd be told, if he already had the CDS's number, right, Chief of Defense Staff, who in that video we saw that he placed the call. If he already had that number, so why not?
Maybe he wanted to come see for himself.
So again, then why does he have assistants? I was expecting him to have acted in the capacity of a minister. As the minister of FCT, he is the last line of defense in his ministry, isn't it so? So if he hasn't exhausted options before finally coming himself, then I would say nothing short but truly a childish behavior, which we also saw on social media. And now what this says, because there's a strong meaning. Again, I want to commend the young naval officer for standing his ground, most of them because he was acting on instructions. Having said so, I will also say that if, for instance, the young man backed down, he could have faltered in his own duty. So he already knew that how important it is to maintain the last order, which is why in the army, I keep telling people, the army is totally is a different ball game, right? How it applies to you as a civilian applies to the army differently. When they tell you go, it is go, not go, stop, branch somewhere. No. Or they tell you come back, and that's on your way back. I saw sometimes. It is obey the last order. That's why the army is taking care of your health care, taking care of your family, taking care of you as a person, everything. So, having said so, the young man could have seen there'll be more that'll be in jeopardy if he backs down, right, and allow this guy have his way. But having said so, Wike, as someone who is more experienced, could have approached it from the angle of, so you're older than him, because he had to play that card at some point. When he realized he couldn't get across, he could have approached it from that wisdom point of view. Leaving politics or other areas, wisdom point of view that, look, if this young man refuses to back down, what next? He could have thought about that. But again, in his usual fashion, it is fire on, let's go head on head.
And sometimes I wonder if he's on something, I always wonder if he's on something, because his conduct it's not good at all for someone in that position. It doesn't inspire the young generation in any way. But it's really good to see how the Minister of Defense has thrown his support behind the naval officer, saying that nothing is going to be done to him. I really appreciate that, and I think that's the way to go, really, because if it was the other way around, then we'll be seeing that people will not be, when it could be a worse situation, and then because you think, because it's this person, and then you just suddenly say, oh yes, we hear you. It could be a worse situation. So these people, allow them do their jobs. If you put them there, then allow them do their jobs. Let's stop misusing power. Let's see some of the reactions on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation on the social media space. Peace Canal says, Wike's phone ban, straight up toddler tantrum, can't handle his Navy roast going viral. So he yanks gadgets from underlings like a dictator on a budget. Grow up, sir, or join the Stone Age. Oh, that's a strong remark. Flames Baba says, if he bans the staff from holding phones, is he going to ban the bystanders watching and recording what was unfolding too? Exactly the point. Oladele A says, what the officer did is totally unlawful and it needs to be dealt with accordingly. For the defense minister to defend this type of behavior says nothing good about his personality.
I disagree.
I disagree too. Do you have one more? Big Class says, good to hear the Minister of Defense is taking responsibility. Accountability matters, but let's hope this doesn't escalate. Every officer and leader must respect the law. Let's move on from that conversation now, move to the National Assembly, where the Senate has approved President Bola Tinubu's request to borrow an additional 1.1 trillion naira to close the remaining gap in the 2025 budget deficit. Lawmakers explained that the extra funds are needed after the National Assembly raised the budget to 59.9 trillion naira, increasing the overall deficit to 14 trillion naira. The new loan will be sourced domestically and is expected to fund capital and social projects. The Senate Committee on Appropriations has been directed to ensure close monitoring so the money is used strictly for development purposes. Now we're seeing another trillion naira loan for 2025 budget being approved by Senate. Well, let's see how Nigerians are reacting to the conversation online. Are they for or against it? At the end of the day, we're just going to be keypad words. Whatever it is that's approved is approved. The Testament podcast says, this government borrowing is alarming. No accountability, no Senate disapproval, no question on the appropriateness of funds earlier borrowed. They just keep borrowing. Indebtedness has become our crown. The money to service all these loans is more than money allocated to capital projects. Do we have more reactions? Rivers Trending says, another loan approved, another generation indebted. Who is going to pay all these trillions back? The unborn? Every budget season, we borrow more, we build less, and we blame the past. Alatika Baba says 1.15 trillion to fund budget, and yet our lawmakers, ministers, and their assistants are earning billions every month without cutting their wages. We borrow money to pay political class in this country. Cheney Tater says, budget deficit, how? After removing subsidy and increasing taxes exponentially, there is a big haste happening in Nigeria. Well, do you have one or two remarks before we move to our last story?
Right. So, to borrow money is not an evil act. It is when you borrow for something that you know that you can internally generate such funds. Simply means that you have misused the opportunity. Because then when you borrow at every, breath, then you put the nation into a huge point of debt. Because the time when you now actually need that money, right, you probably not get approval for it. And so the question is, even after borrowing this money, What is the plan on ground to be able to pay back? Even if the money is being borrowed from internally, right? What is the plan to mitigate issues in an event where you can't meet up that particular deadline? Is it that you would find your way and wriggle out of it such a way that it will not extend to when you leave office, so that the next person coming on board will not inherit such wahala? So these are the things that people should look out for. However, to run the country is not cheap at all. It's not easy. There is no country that hasn't borrowed before. Even the United States of America has borrowed before. But remember this. Look, when you're not the one printing the money, isn't far more difficult. In the US, they print money, you know. So even if they borrow, they're the ones that print, they can print and print dollars. Now, I don't want to go in depth on how much it costs to print all that. That's not necessary. But what matters the most is now we're talking about them saying we want to approve. I hope they will not approve and come back and say, oh, wait a minute, there's some issue going on. Can we also pad it? Can we add more? Already, we're in debt already, running to trillions. And so the question is, who's going to pay that money? But if they're going to borrow, and then we see some key areas being sorted out, right? Like healthcare being sorted out, like fighting insurgency, not just fighting, destroying, erasing, total annihilation of insurgents and terrorists to give us that perfect, narrative, perfect face in the eyes of the international world. If they say they have to borrow for this particular reason, then I'll say, look, go ahead, but not borrow money and go and dump money in maybe Calabar Coastal Road again. We don't want to see that. Look, let other internal generated funds be used for that Calabar Coastal Road. Yes, Lagos is making a lot of money, and it will start from Lagos here. Let's be honest, right? If they're going to borrow money, let it go into, key projects or key sectors that our country may fail if we don't put money into it, like security, right? Like healthcare. Only in the papers today, we saw that, some states are owing gratuity to the tune of 620-something billion naira. So I'm thinking, aren't they human beings who you're holding their money? Why is the money being held? Are they using the money to trade in banks? Because people do a lot of things in the government. And so if you're going to borrow money, let's say the money goes into those areas. We don't want to see money going into projects that before we start realizing money from it will probably take another 20-something years. What kind of deadbeat investment is that? So if we must go up borrowing, let us borrow with sense. And if we must, disburse money after borrowing, let us also disburse it with sense.
Right.
This nation cannot continue to live under borrow. At some point, are we going to mortgage the whole country?
Finally, let's move on now and talk about something in the world of entertainment. Nigeria media personality Tacha, Simply Tacha, Big Brother, one-time Big Brother housemate, has officially become a double Guinness World Record holder. Now, Guinness confirmed her achievement for the most cosmetic makeovers done by an individual in both 8-hour and 24-hour categories. Tacha completed 82 makeovers in 8 hours and 144 in 24 hours during a Tacha Beauty Festival in Lagos. She dedicated the record to her late mother and her fans, saying it's proof that hard work and passion always pays off. Now, at the start of the year, I remember clearly, first of all, congratulations to Natasha Akide, Simply Tasha, because she had, at the start of the year, said that she was going to do something phenomenal, and she had mentioned doing this world record and breaking the Guinness World Record for makeover and all of that. And at the start of the year, I'm sure some people would have just said, oh, this is another just Mickey Mouse and all. But she has shown us what it means to be about the talk. She said this in January, about January 10 or something, and then this is November, and she's done it. And not just one record, 2 records at a go. And she did that. This one's for all the girls that, have a belief, have a goal, whatever it is, however small, however big, and go for it. And here she is today, holding a Guinness World Record for the most makeovers done in about 8 hours, and also 24 and 144 in 24 hours. That's 2 at a time. She's done something phenomenal. One thing about Tasha is I've seen that whatever she wants to go for, she goes for it, regardless of whoever is watching or whoever thinks, oh, she's not qualified. She goes for it and then she does.
It's good. I mean, truth be told, the more we have Nigerians putting us out there in the map for good reasons, I mean, 100% welcome. Let's be honest. I think that the creative sector, eventually one day will bail Nigeria out of the whole issue that we're dealing with.
Absolutely.
Because look at it now. We're doing well in music. You know, we have
fashion.
Yes, we have successfully exported Afrobeat to the world. Whereas just hear our Afrobeat sound, you know, everybody turns around and says, that is Nigeria. You know, so
everyone gets dancing.
So
that's
now,
never the case.
Yes, now it's now makeup. So for me, what I want to see is now that she has, you know, been recognized by the Guinness World Record Organization, I want to see it turn to money. As a businessman, I'm thinking already, is it possible? If not possible, can the government now say, look, now that the world has its eye on you as someone who has made it, you know, gotten a record via makeup, can we not only have all the, you know, makeup, well, imported here, can we also make it such a way that we can empower people? Let us be able to say, we use this platform as, you know, a door opener to begin to say, who do we empower? How do we have factories that can actually manufacture makeup in large quantity and begin to export, right? And make sure that no other person in the world beats that.
I'm certain rather that if Tasha follows the line or toes the line of the like of Hilda Bassi, who has really done well with the Guinness World Record platform. You know, it's a free record, but it's what you do with it. If Tasha decides to toe in the same line of Hilda Bassi, trust me, this business angle that you're looking at will definitely be actualized. Because one thing that Hilda Bassi has done with the platform, there were so many great chefs in Nigeria. I don't want to mention names, amazing chefs who were big and well known. But after winning the Guinness World Record, Hilda Bassi, you know, just went up there. She started our own, our own restaurant, which is doing well, by the way, in Lekki. She also happens to, you know, train, young chefs. Not just chefs, it could be me, it could be you. If you want to learn, she has courses that she's put out there. She's making money and also empowering people. Now, by a restaurant also, she's also empowering people. She has staff that and interestingly, our mom also has her own restaurant, which is like the more indigenous version of hers, because obviously she learned. The family is even a cooking family, right? So the mom has something in another state. So it's just wisdom and how they've managed to expand. So I believe that with what you've said, because one thing I know is that at some point Tasha had a lipstick brand, so she might now, yes, she introduced something, but maybe it didn't sell. She's always been very enterprising, so hopefully she would now make use of this platform and this publicity she's getting to do something so much more. But we can take a look at some of the comments this morning. I know that there are a lot of congratulatory remarks. We can take one or two, not sure, but congratulations to makeover again. I thought the record should be something that's hard to do. Well, it's easy to speak. Like I always say, it's easy to speak when you're on the speaking side, not when you're on the doing side. People are out there doing things. There are people out there condemning. Credit to Hilda for awakening all of them. Exactly what I said, including the chess guy. If Hilda never did a clickathon, nobody would have been sensible enough to try to break their stuff. Well, that's why we'll leave it today on Social Listen. Thank you so much for joining us on the show. We hope you enjoyed the show. Tomorrow is another day to watch the BDTV Breakfast Show. Exciting news, a business update, and we'll also check out what's trending on social media. And of course, the big story where we look at a very topical situation and then we analyze it with our expert guests also on the show. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Elizabeth Musa. See you tomorrow.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy,
This is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Welcome to the triumphant.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
And welcome to Today in History, right here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obunna, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, November 13th. On this day in 1985, Mount Druitt in the...
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Good morning and welcome to Economy and Markets, where we give you a comprehensive breakdown of the economy as well as insights into the market. This morning we are going in with news around the NGX from yesterday. So before we go in, let's look at some of the market updates from yesterday. Yesterday we saw what can be described as the worst crash since the 2008-2009 market crash. The last time we saw a daily rout like that was probably in the year 2008, almost 17 years, more than 17 years ago. The NGX All Share Index went down by 5.01%, losing over 7,454 points to close out an All Share Index of 141,327. This is the lowest since mid-September, because from September up to October, we've seen the market rally significantly. Market cap declined to 89.885 trillion naira, and the year-to-date of the market also went down to 37.3%. Although, when you look at it, in the context of 2024 returns, the market is still outperforming 2024. Total traded volume yesterday, we saw a massive sell-off, and I mean massive sell-off. 641.17 million shares in deals worth around 29 billion naira. Now, let's look at the top gainers. The market yesterday was quite a wonderful day that we had only 4 gainers in the entire market. We couldn't even garner up to 5. But just 4 gainers. We had NTR gaining 9.282%, Beggar Paints 2.56%, FCMB 0.96%, and Mansard, AXA Mansard gained 0.25%. Those were the only gainers in the market. However, let's look at on the flip side, let's look at the losers. On the losing side, we had 11 stocks decline by 10%. However, we can take space for only 5. We saw MTN decline by 10%, Dangote Cement 10%, Boa Cement down by 10%, Owando PLC down by 10%, Custodian Investment down by 10%. And we also see stocks like International Breweries down by 9.55%. Most of the losers yesterday are NGX 30 stocks. So it was quite a bloodbath yesterday as profit taking of a massive proportion happened in that market yesterday. Let's look at the top traded stocks in terms of volume and in terms of value. First Holdco, that's the holding company of First Bank, was the top traded stock in terms of volume. 68.27 million shares in deals worth around 2.1 billion naira. Access Holdings 56.28 million shares in deals worth 1.184 billion naira. Zenith Bank 41.9 million shares in deals worth 2.3 billion naira. Then Fidelity Bank, all banking stocks basically, 38.48 million shares in deals worth around 693 million naira. Then Coal, Stanbic 31.55 million shares in deals worth 3.193 billion naira. Okay, from there we move to the global side of things. While we saw a very bearish market in Nigeria, we saw on the flip side in the US, we saw the market go in the greenish direction. Dow Jones up by 1.16%, S&P 500 index up by 0.26%. The Nasdaq Composite, as a lot of people are now slowly retreating from the AI rave and AI craze of the last few months. We saw Nasdaq also decline by 19 basis points. In Asia, it was also a greenish market. Nikkei 225 down by 14 basis points. The Kospi index up by 81 basis points. Hang Seng index up by 18 basis points. And from today, we've also seen that the Asian market is also slightly up. This is majorly due to the fact that the US government shutdown is over. There is increased tendencies of increased economic activity, especially in the United States, that's having a global impact on markets across the world. In Europe, the same thing. We saw FTSE 100 up by 1.15% yesterday. The CAC 40 from France up by 1.25% yesterday, and the DAX index up by 53 basis points. On the currency side, there was not much of a difference. The Naira closed at 1,439 Naira to the USD, 1,664 Naira to the Euros, and against the British Pounds, 1,896 Naira to the British Pounds. And that brings us to our first conversation of the day. We're talking about the massive rout in the market yesterday. And on the show this morning, I have Abigail Adishino, who is a research and insight analyst at Norembaja Group. Good morning, Abigail.
Good morning.
Yeah, it's a pleasure having you this morning. First things first, I want to talk about what do you think triggered that massive sell-off? What do you think was the driving force?
Yesterday, the NGX witnessed something we've not witnessed in a very, very long time. We had a huge sell-off. I mean, the entire index was in a bloodbath, majorly driven by, we had usually at this time of the year, from about November to about mid-December, thereabout, we they are usually profit taking as a result of investors, doing rebalancing, portfolio rebalancing. But as a result of that, on the back of that, we also have, the CGT, the effect of the CGT, which came in massively, right? This came as a result of there was a lot of uncertainty in respect to a lot of things that surrounds the CGT. CGT moving from a flat 10% rate to about and something that could go as high as 25-30% based on the CIT rate, company income tax rate for both individuals and companies 30% or 25%. That's the effect of that. Although we didn't expect the effect of CGT would start immediately, but that investors, took cautious effect, took things into their hands, just there to take profit. We saw full offer, right, on large cap stocks such as Dangstem, MTN.
I think we lost Abigail there. We'll take a short break and we'll be back.
Where we had just 4 gainers on the index, it was a real bloodbath yesterday on the index.
Second there, we lost you for a second there, but the question I want to ask now is, so we see that institutional investors are doing a lot of portfolio rebalancing now, but what about the retail investors? It seems like there was quite a bit of panic selling. I saw an experience of someone who said Dangote's sugar is going for 55 naira on the market, and he saw an offer of 50.6 naira. The investor was selling for 50.6 naira. Is that also a factor, panic selling from retail investors?
Particularly retail investors, indulge or sell off because of sentiment or going into panic selling, like you called it. Because normally, imagine someone who doesn't have, who had already put their life savings or a lot of money that means so much to them into their portfolio, into the NGX, into the equity stock. They would usually want to also sell off, since we see that their financial goal or their investment goal, the aim at which they invested in that particular stock was for it to, increase or get a particular level, and then seeing that it was already getting almost lower than their entry point, they would definitely want to sell. I also saw a portfolio, as a matter of fact, 2 portfolios yesterday where the loss on that person's portfolio, as the person said, was already getting lower, was already reaching the person's entire net worth, So you'd naturally expect that investors would, get into panic selling. So not just for retail investors, for institutional investors, they already know that we're going to sell off, and they just do that in a very large volume, and as you saw, this drove the market cap lower than the 90 trillion benchmark, that we've been doing previously.
This question, do you think, so since October 27, that's the day after Donald Trump made a statement about Nigeria, do you think his remarks have really influenced investor sentiment, especially among the foreign portfolio investors in that market? Do you think so?
Although FPIs were cautious with Nigerian equities when Donald Trump, gave that threat, when Donald Trump threat, came up. However, it didn't. That particular trade did not affect the NGX, couldn't have affected the NGX this much, right? It might have affected the NGX a bit, made FPI, particularly FPIs, cautious about Nigerian equities. But we saw that when this trade was made, it didn't affect FX at all. It didn't affect foreign exchange. It also didn't affect fixed income, right? So how would it not affect equities? If it had, it would have been just people, just seeing FPIs being cautious. Okay, let's see how this will do, but not necessarily.
So basically, from yesterday's move was basically a November trend happening, portfolio rebalancing, had nothing to do with all of those other
CGT
factors.
effects, mostly capital gains effect as well.
So the question I want to ask now is this a good time to enter the market, or what are you saying? Do you think how long will this persist, or how long are you forecasting that this will persist? Is it a good time to enter the market? If not now, when do you think is a great time to enter the market?
You see, today already, yesterday, the Taiwo Oyedele already, made some clarifications, saying all of those, the blood-based on the NGX and all of that, seeing investors' reaction to the CGT, to the CGT thing. We saw Taiwo Oyedele came out to clarify, right? Give some further clarities as regards to the tax, and also the Honorable Minister Wale Edun also said that they were going to look into it or do further analysis into CGT during the closing gong at the NGX yesterday. So this had already, we can already see the effect of this, positive effect, because as of today, the NGX, life is now back to the NGX, Some of these big names are already in the green today, right?
I'm looking at it right now.
Right now today. Yes, exactly. So some of them are already in the green. Life is back to the NGX. The people, that's to show that investors really, really react to news. And yes.
Okay. So, the question I want to ask is, if these capital gains tax, no, Wale Edun made a statement that they are going to review, they are reviewing it, coming with a review of the capital gains tax regime. But here's the thing about the previous capital gains tax regime. The 10% regime was not really implemented. So let's say they review it and say, okay, let's come down to 20 or 15%, and they end up implementing it. How do you think it would actually affect the market? The previous one was not implemented, but although it was there, but it wasn't implemented. But now, if they go ahead with the implementation of it, how do you reckon that it will affect the market?
Well, going by the clarity, right, that was also made by Wale Edun by Taiwo Oyedele yesterday, right? He also made some further clarities into the cost base, right? So if CGT comes into play, even if it's not at a progressive rate, right, according to the tax rate or the income of that particular individual, right? If it comes in at a fixed rate of 15 or 20%, let's assume that it's still the clarifications that Taiwo Oyedele gave yesterday will still stand, which is the cost base will now be the higher of your entry point, the amount you acquired it, or the amount it closed at 31st December 2025, right? That gives you more clarity. I want to believe that's also in another reason why we are seeing the NGX in green today, right? So if somebody wants to tax you, as against before, prior to now, where we didn't know exactly what the cost base to be. There was even some form of information, unclarified, but some form of information about CGT being charged retrospectively. That would be that would take a high negative effect on investors. So now that we have further clarity, I believe that investors would not react to it negatively so much as we're already seeing today. Also, another clarity that was made by the president of fiscal policies is also around the transactions and deduction of the transaction cost. People would really want to see all of that take effect. Another thing is that most of the assessment to be done by itself. Self-assessment will be the way to go. Although it also
Abigail, we lost you for a second. Can you hear me? Okay, I think we just lost Abigail. So looking at the market from today, before we get her back, let's look at some of the data from today's market. The market is just an hour in. The market opened by 10 a.m. and the time is around 11:20. 20 minutes lap. We already see GT Code 10% up. Nigerian Breweries up 10%. Zenith Bank up 10%. Owandu up 10%. PZ Cousins up 10%. Access Holdings up 10%. We've already seen in 1 hour of trading, we've seen 18.7 billion naira worth of shares traded, around 299 million worth of shares traded in deals worth around 18.7 billion. This will probably be a day of immense hunting. That's what I would use, because quite a number of investors have looked at entry points and have considered these share prices to be quite good entry points. ASO savings and loans is also up 10%. We have a number of 10% gainers as we speak. It's quite a lot. Considering the fact, so we lost Abigail there, but let's also look at this news that Wale Edun has said that they are going to be, okay, we have her back on the show. I have one more question for her. Abigail, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Apologies for that.
Yeah. So I was just talking about the fact that we have a number of 10% gainers already. Yesterday we had 10% decliners, like full sell offers on some of these stocks. But just 1 hour into trading day, we're already seeing 18.7 billion worth of trading deals. Like, with the gainers are already we're already seeing more than around 8 to 9 full gainers. So what's your thoughts?
It's like I said earlier, I'm not sure you heard because of the network, right? We had this clarity. There's something about getting full information, proper communication. It just helps to boost investors' confidence. And that's what the president of fiscal policy and tax reform, Taiwo Oyedele, has done. And coupled with the reassurance or further review that came from the Honorable Minister Wale Edun, right? This has helped to, further boost investors' confidence. So they know that whatever it is, we now have clarity. We know what the cost base will be. We know how it will be assessed. We know that transaction costs would be deducted, and all of those things they will not be deducted. Sorry. So we know that all these things have helped to further restore investors' confidence into the market. I'm not even shocked at, and also another thing that has also helped to restore these greens that we're seeing in the market. So people taking position, right? Yesterday we saw assets as low as about 20 naira thereabout, and some other stock that lost significantly. That's a good entry point, if you ask me, for some of these large cap stocks. So that's just investors also taking position, taking advantage of the lows in these stocks.
So one of my final question is around the stabilization measures. Yesterday we saw the market go down 5%. Now today we are seeing it already up by 2%, a whooping 2%. A lot of gainers in the market. The question I have is, I know we already have a circuit breaker in place with the 10% cap on gains and on losses. Do you think that there should be any other stabilization measures at this point so that will prevent our market from going? Because now we're already on a rallying. This is another rallying ride. We've seen quite a number of those rallying rides this year, and if we see a rallying ride like this, let's say the market continues like this into next week, will you not see another significant routing on just one day? That another day will just come and there will be another significant routing? Or what was your thought? Or we should just let the market flow as it is?
Like you said, we already have a circuit breaker. We cannot have loss or gain on a single stock more than or below 10%. Right? 10% is the highest you can go, or the lowest you can go in a single day. That's quite enough, if you ask me. And also, I'm saying that that alone, that 10% benchmark helps stocks, right? Helps the end. That should be enough. In addition to essential information be given to investors. People will not do panic selling or panic buying if there are significant information, to help them make the right decision, such as we already had yesterday. So that should do for now. And of course, what we had yesterday and what we're experiencing today, or what we might probably experience later, was not as a result of the SEC or the MGX effect in all of this.
Okay, thank you so much.
But of course, we would welcome any further implementation by the exchange or by the commission to help investors.
Thank you so much for your time and your insight, Abigail Adishino. It's been great talking to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, David.
Yeah. Now we'll move to a news around Wale Edun, the coordinating minister of the economy and the minister for finance. He made a statement yesterday. He said that Nigeria will likely review the capital gains tax. So Wale Edun said that the government is considering a review of the proposed capital gains tax ahead of its planned implementation in January 2026. The CGT, which forms part of broader fiscal reforms under this current administration, has stirred widespread concern among investors and stockbrokers. Basically, the policy is seeking to triple the capital gain tax on foreign equity investors or on the gains from sale of shares from 10%, a move analysts say has contributed to the recent market downturn that wiped nearly 8% of value in just 1 week. Speaking at the listing of the Mofi Real Estate Investment Fund that happened on the Nigerian exchange on Tuesday, Edun said government will listen, analyze, and decide on the best approach for Nigeria. He assured stakeholders that feedback will be taken seriously to ensure optimum results. The minister's comments come as investors anticipate clarity on fiscal policy amid fears that the higher CGT could dampen foreign investment inflows. Market watchers also believe Edun's signal for review could help restore investor confidence and ease the bearish sentiment that has recently swept through the equities market, even though the market is still around 40% up since January. So after the break, we return with another conversation, this time on the national payment stack. Please stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Once we made the world's red gold palm oil that built nations. We wove ashoke that told our stories. We crafted leather that walked across continents. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go local, from raw potential to market power. For exhibitions, sponsorship, or partnerships, call Rachel on 0806 420 3499 or send a mail to rachel.edache@businessdayonline.com.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges. Because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome back to Economy and Market. We're moving on to a conversation around what is now a new payment settlement system that was developed by the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System, NIPS. So on Monday, we talked about the National Payment Stack, which is the new settlement system that NIPS developed. According to NIPS, they said the first transaction on the NPS, what will be known as NPS, happened on Friday around 11:56 a.m. According to a statement by NIPS, they said this marks the dawn of a new seamless, secure, and inclusive financial transaction. Basically, what is NPS? What does it entail for the payment settlement ecosystem in Nigeria? This is what we want to converse about. Is NPS replacing the NIP? The NIP is the instant payment platform that was developed in 2011, still by NIPS, to basically enable digital transactions to take place. And on the show this morning to give us a comprehensive understanding of what this entails, I have Motunrayo Koyejo, who is a fintech engineer. Good morning, Motunrayo.
Hi, good morning.
Yes. So first things first, let's start. What is a National Payment Stack? How does it differ from NIP? What does it?
Okay, so the National Payment Stack (NPS) is just like an upgrade to the current NIP, which we currently use to transfer money at the moment. So it's a new infrastructure built by the NIPS.
Yes.
So it's just that it's built from ground to top. So it's supposed to be what we're going to be using in future for payments. And then I think a major difference is that the NPS now uses the ISO 20022, which is like the international standards for payments, sending money across here. So that's like a major difference between it.
So one question I have is, I'll refer back to NIP, right? Okay. Is NIP, so I've seen a number of fintechs in Nigeria come up and say we have built a payment settlement system.
Okay.
How does it differ from NIP? Is NIP not the single payment transfer instant payment settlement system that exists in the country?
Yeah. So NIP is the current instant settlements thing that we have right now.
Yes.
But the NIPS is now bringing NPS, which is like a national payment system, national payment stack, which is supposed to like replace the NIP. But the replacement is not like, it's not going to be like done immediately right now. It will be phased out. So at the moment, banks, they mentioned that they tested with Paystack,
PalmPay and
Wema. So over time, banks and fintechs will have to like test their system and ensure that they meet the NPS standards before like the migration will now occur.
Okay, so the participating institutions, the banks, the fintechs will have to ensure that there's a standard they have to meet before they can integrate NPS.
Yes.
So it's not in competition. I saw a particular post on social media where someone said they are trying to enter into competition with InterSwitch. Please respond to that.
So InterSwitch also use NIPS, right, to make transfers. Yes. So NPS is simply like an upgraded NIP. Okay. So it's like we're moving from like 2G to like 5G.
Okay.
So NPS is faster, it has more data, so you can get like better analytics from NPS, and then reconciliation is expected to be instant because it's expected to be faster because we now have more data between more data between the sender and then the receiver. Yes.
So one question I'll have one question is, do you think that they can trace payment to kidnappers using this NPS now?
I believe that even with NIP we can trace
payment to kidnappers.
Yes, like
where the account or where the Okay.
So right now, if you send money, you need to have like a PVN before you make payments,
Yes.
right? So even with NIP, you can actually trace anybody. The DSS can trace people if they want.
Okay. Let's move on. Let's move on from that. Okay, and NIPS is saying that this NPS is in accordance with ISO 20022 standards. What does that really mean in plain language? What does it mean in simpler terms?
Okay, so ISO 20022 is like the international payment standard.
Okay.
So they want us to have the same standard as SWIFT. So ISO 20022 requires that they collect more information than they currently collect. Okay. So right now, if you are trying to send money to somebody, the bank would send your sender details, like where the money is coming from, okay, right? And then maybe you put like a narration, right? That's just the
timestamp.
Well, do they really send? They send session ID and then the timestamp too. I don't think everybody they don't send it to you as a customer, right? But for the ISO 20022, it's a global standard, right? So they are not just collecting your personal information. They are collecting the timestamp of when the payment left your own account to when it was received.
On the other
yes,
account.
there are also some kind of codes that they will be tracking. For example, apart from the narration which you are going to give, they can trace like the source of the funds, where the money is coming from. There are more data will be collected, but we need to see it in play. Data like transaction code, is this like some information that you're not collecting right now? Maybe they can start collecting like things like, is it a salary? Is it rent?
Okay.
Your narration can be, I'm sending money for something else.
Is it funds from illegal means? Is it
yes,
money laundering?
yes. So they are going to be collecting more data than they are currently collecting. That's just like the major difference between NIP. And the more data we collect, the better it is for analytics. So So we now have more analytics.
So one question I have is around data concerns. You said they're going to be collecting more data. So that means there's going to be need for more cybersecurity, cybersecurity concerns.
Yes, so more data means that there
More
could
threat.
be like more threat. But you know that data is not just the work of NIPS. So it's a shared responsibility. So NIPS will do their parts. Banks too have to ensure that they do their parts too. Fintech, everybody that is implementing NPS, they have to do their own part of the job so that customers' data are secure. Because we're collecting more data. We now have timestamp. We have details of payments. We have sender and receiver details. We need to ensure that we're protecting this data. So NIPS has their own part to do. Obviously, they said that they are using encryption and more cybersecurity stuff to make it better. But banks need to do their own part. Fintech and everybody that is integrating with the NPS too, they have to do their own part.
So the question I have now is, that means there has to be a place for more training.
Yes, and then that before you can use NIPS, NIP, you have to get like a license from NIPS. So they obviously, in the process of getting the license, they would check all these things and confirm that everything is in place before you get the license to use it.
Okay, there has to be a license to use it.
Just like the NIP.
Okay, what are the expected changes that you think fintechs will be making in line with NPS? Some of the fintechs, do you think they would have to now the question I want to ask basically is, do we have the technical capacity in Nigeria? Do our companies, banks, do they have the technical capacity to implement these standards that it is, or do we probably have to hire expatriates?
Well, obviously, but Nigerians are good engineers.
Okay.
So we have the capacity to do it. So what we just need to do is to improve our architecture. So for example, say one of the standard of ISO 20022 is to collect, say we are now collecting timestamp of when the payment was sent and when it was received. We just need to upgrade our current payment system to collect that. So this would take time. That's why NPS is not just going to be immediately. It's going to take time it's going to take a while for banks to test and confirm that it works with what they currently have existing, right? And then customers would not get disrupted. So they won't even know that anything's happening behind the scene. You just send money, and when they test and see that it's going, banks will face it out one after the other. So it's not like everybody will just stop using NIP today and just move to NPS. So it's over time.
So now there's something around faster transaction time. Okay. Why? Why does it guarantee faster transaction time? What's the...
So you know that they said they built NPS from ground up. So NIP was built like 14 years ago.
Yeah,
that's like 2011. Yes. Yeah. So imagine we're using NIP from 2011 and it's still fast. Like you can send money. You can send money from like your bank account to my bank account and you receive it almost immediately. So now imagine like a technology that they are building from ground today, or they started building it like last year or this year. So imagine like the advancement in technology from when NIP was built to now NPS. So NPS is like they're not upgrading NIP, they are building something new. Yeah, something new from ground. Yes.
So one other issue that Nigerians face is instant payments, and I know that there's been a lot of effort in curbing it, and in fact there's been a lot of improvement. Is the part of glitches in payments. So sometimes you make transfers, it doesn't reflect in the receiver's account. It reflects on your own account, the sender, it doesn't reflect in the receiver's account. Sometimes it leads to some people have lost money. Some people have lost millions of naira because of issues like this. And it just seems like the transaction goes poof in the air. And you are not able to trace the money, the cash, where the cash went to. Then it leads to a lot of fraud and stuff like that. Will this solve the problem?
So potentially, because the NPS is faster, we would have we should have lesser glitches. But you know that most of these glitches is not just NIP's fault. Some of it have to do with like the network infrastructure. For example, I'm trying to send money from a bank to another bank, let's say from Wema to OPay, and then maybe one of the bank has a downtime at the moment due to their network. So it's not necessarily NIP's fault that the transaction did not go through. It's the bank network. So we might still have these cases, but because transactions are faster now, I mean, they happen in milliseconds. So we expect that it would be fewer than it used to be.
Okay, now another question, the last question I have finally is around data centers. How much need of data centers will this need? We're talking of more data, basically.
Okay.
Do you think that the amount of data that would probably need now would lead to maybe a surge in the amount of data or memory capacity that our banks, fintechs will require at this point?
Yes, because we're collecting like more data, which is, so say before we're collecting like maybe like 1 KB of data, we now have to collect like 2 KB. So we definitely need like more, we need to collect more data. So we need more storage. Okay. We need more storage to keep things. So depending on where the banks have their data centers, I'm sure that their data centers actually collect like a lot of memory already. So each bank would have to do it like internally. I'm sure NIPS have done their own part because they are the ones building. Yeah. So each bank will now have to, first integrate with NIPS and check like, okay, what do we need here? Do we need to do an upgrade on our end? And then when they are ready to initiate NPS, they will then inform NIPS that, we're ready, and then they can now go ahead.
Okay, but there's no deadline to when they can implement this NPS for now.
NIPS did not mention any deadline.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for speaking to us on the National Payment Stack. I have Mutura Okuejo, who is a fintech engineer. And that's all we can take on economy and market for today. We've spoken about the market route from yesterday, and we're also seeing that the market is back to its normal state today. We've seen a lot of very early rallies this morning. And we also spoke about the National Payment Stack. Thank you, and I'm David Olujimi.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
Once we made the world's red gold palm oil that built nations. We wove ashoke that told our stories. We crafted leather that walked across continents. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go Local, from raw potential to market power. For exhibitions, sponsorship, or partnerships, call Rachel on 0806 420 3499 or send a mail to rachel.edache@businessdayonline.com.
Join us as we honor excellence at the Nigerian Business Leadership Awards 2025, a night dedicated to visionary leaders shaping Nigeria's business landscape. From Person of the Year to Outstanding Leadership in Non-Interest Banking and Financial Inclusion, Retailer of the Year, Business Leader of the Year, Female Executive of the Year, and many more. It's more than an award. It's a celebration of enterprise, innovation, and impact. For sponsorship or participation, contact Uchena on 0703 047 2336, Daniel on 0802 756 4653, or Shagun on 0812 024 3167. of BusinessDay Nigerian Business Leadership Awards 2025, celebrating excellence in enterprise.
We are knowing of businesses. We're telling the stories behind them, the hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insight, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Join us as we honor excellence at the Nigerian Business Leadership Awards 2025, a night dedicated to visionary leaders shaping Nigeria's business landscape. From Person of the Year to Outstanding Leadership in Non-Interest Banking and Financial Inclusion, Retailer of the Year, Business Leader of the Year, Female Executive of the Year, and many more. It's more than an award. It's a celebration of enterprise, innovation, and impact. For sponsorship or participation, contact Uchina on 0703 047 2336, Daniel on 0802 756 4653, or Shagun on 0812 024 3167. For BusinessDay Nigerian Business Leadership Awards 2025, celebrating excellence in enterprise.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Business Day Television News at Noon. I am Glory Brown. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Now, the headlines. Naira gains as external reserves hit 6-year high of $43.42 billion. Federal government fresh 1.15 trillion naira loan exposes Tinubu's debt addiction. 13 days on, resident doctors strike grounds
without solely relying on our own partnership. This partnership for us appears to be the best option we can have as regard our ships, maintenance, and any other technical assistance. And I think this is the best thing that can happen for us because...
Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Naira on Thursday gained slightly against the dollar in the official foreign exchange market as Nigerians' external reserves rose to a 6-year
but ultimately in due course transfer capacity as well, so that they would also improve on their capacity to maintain their fleet without solely relying on our own partnership. This partnership for us appears to be the best option we can have as regard our ships, maintenance, and any other technical assistance. And I think this is the best thing that can happen for us because before, as you mentioned, for any issue regarding our ships, we have to look for partners very far. This way proved to be less effective because it was more expensive, but we don't have most of the time the result we want. So by having an effective partner close to our country, where within 2 hours time we can have technicians come
to a 7-year high of $46.07 billion following the successful issuance of Nigerian's Eurobond, which attracted an overwhelming subscription of more than $13 billion from global investors. Moving on, the African Democratic Congress has condemned the fresh request for 1.15 trillion naira in domestic borrowing, accusing President Bola Tinubu of policy inconsistency and fiscal recklessness. The party's National Publicity Secretary, Bolaji Abdullahi, in a statement noted that despite President Tinubu's public claim that Nigeria had met its non-oil revenue target, reportedly 20.59 trillion naira by August 2025, the administration continues to deepen the country's debt crisis. Citing the report that Nigeria's total public debt could rise to 193 trillion naira if all of Tinubu's 2025 loan requests are approved, the ADC said the government was borrowing against its own words and failing to deliver meaningful relief to Nigerians still burdened by inflation and rising living costs. The party described the Tinubu administration's increasing appetite for loans as worrisome, adding that the government had nothing to show for the loans it has collected. The party reportedly wondered why a government that claims to have its record-breaking revenue should still be borrowing. Still on, major hospital services have remained paralyzed, leaving patients stranded 13 days after the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors began a strike. The strike, which began on the 1st of November, has grounded operations in several federal and state tertiary hospitals, with only skeletal services being offered by consultants, nurses, and auxiliary staffs. Meanwhile, the coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Mohammed Pate, who spoke at the opening section of the 2025 Joint Annual Review of the Health Sector on Wednesday, appealed to striking resident doctors to put the Nigerian patient at the center of attention, expressing concerns over its impact on the public health system. Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors President
Mohammed Suleiman, however, announced that the industrial actions would continue until concrete agreements were reached and implemented by the federal government. Also, the federal government has approved the postponement of the implementation of the 15% import duty on petrol and diesel until the first quarter of 2026, contrary to the earlier notions that the suspension was indefinite. The deferment formally approved by President Bola Tinubu was in response to a detailed request submitted by the Executive Chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, Zaksh Adedeji, following extensive strategic consultations with key stakeholders to assess market readiness and ensure a smooth and orderly rollout of the 15% import duty. Adedeji made this request in a letter dated November 7th, stressing the need to ensure that local refining infrastructure is fully prepared, technical and operational frameworks are properly aligned, and failed supply disruptions are mismanaged before the levy takes effect. The duty, originally approved on October 21st, 2025, was aimed at boosting domestic refining capacity, stabilizing downstream fuel prices, and promoting fair competition between imported and locally produced fuels. The policy suspension was, however, confirmed by the Director of Public Affairs Department at the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, George Eneita, on Thursday. The Nigerian Navy yesterday has handed over Benin Navy Chief Matlo Bryce Thomas to boost regional capacity for maritime security and military cooperation between both navies at the Naval Dockyard Limited, Victoria Island, Lagos. The Admiral Superintendent Naval Dockyard Limited, Rear Admiral Ibrahim Eleojo Sheun, revealed that the docking and refit of the Republic of Benin Navy ships in the yard is a significant milestone in bolstering regional capacity for maritime security and military cooperations between both navies. Sheun informs it is worthy of note that this is the third time that NBL has docked an international navy ship, thereby adding to their credentials of being a strategic force multiplier in Nigerian maritime ecosystem. The head of Human Resources, Captain Idris Mohammed, who spoke on behalf of the Beninese Navy, and his Chief of Staff, Alexandra, says this move has established an exemplary mood of effective South-South cooperations between Nigeria and Benin in terms of cheap technical maintenance, a cooperation that has already produced tangible and convincing results. Reports reveal that since the beginning of this partnership, the Matlo Bryce is the third vessel of the Benin Navy to benefit from the services of the Nigerian Naval Dockyard Limited, meaning that the existence of this company signals hope and satisfaction for the military navies and commercial maritime forces of the countries of the sub-region and the continent.
But ultimately, in due course, to transfer capacity as well, so that they would also improve on their capacity to maintain their fleet without solely relying on our own partnership.
This partnership for us appears to be the best option we can have as regard our ships maintenance and any other technical assistance. And I think this is the best thing that can happen for us, because before, as you mentioned, for any issue regarding our ships, we have to look for partners very far. This way proved to be less effective because it was more expensive, but we don't have most of the time the result we want. So by having an effective partner close to our country, where within 2 hours' time we can have technicians coming to our country, helping us to have our ships in good operational condition, is, according to us, a great achievement.
Let's go on a quick break. When we return, we'll bring you the foreign news and details. Stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome right back to the news at noon, right here on the Business Day television. Now on the foreign scene, the BBC has apologized to U.S. President Donald Trump for an edited sequence in a panorama documentary that wrongly suggested he had urged supporters to engage in violence during a speech on the 6th January 2021. The corporation, however, dismissed the president's demand for financial compensation, insisting there is no basis for a defamation claim. In a correction published on Thursday evening, the BBC acknowledged that a clip used in Trump, A Second Chance, has not accurately reflected the original wording of Trump's remarks, with the admission following internal concerns about how the program was edited. The memo was referenced in a report by The Telegraph written by Michael Prescott, a former independent advisor to the BBC Editorial Standards Committee, in testifying scrutiny and ultimately leading to the resignation of Tim Davie, the BBC's Director General, and Deborah Tornes, the Chief Executive of BBC News. Also, Chinese state media has revealed that 3 Chinese astronauts landed back on Earth on Friday, more than a week later than their scheduled landing, capping an extended stay in space after a suspected debris left their ship space with a cracked window. After the capsule hatch opened, medical teams found that the astronauts were in good physical conditions. The crew of the Shenzhou 20 space flight had been due to finish their mission at China's Tiangong space station last Wednesday to handle the keys to the space station to a new crew who had just arrived for their own 6-month mission. The damaged Shenzhou 20 ship had a slight crack in the window of its return capsule, likely caused by debris impact, making it unsafe for the crew to return. China's rapid development in space exploration has reportedly raised alarm bells in Washington, which is racing to put an astronaut on the moon again. And now to sports. The Super Eagles of Nigeria kept their 2026 FIFA World Cup hopes alive after Victor Osimhen inspired 4-1 extra time victory over Gabon in the semi-final of the CAF playoff in the Rabat, Morocco on Thursday, setting up a decisive final clash against DR Congo. The win means Nigeria will battle DR Congo in Sunday's CAF playoff final for a place in the Intercontinental playoffs after the Leopards secured a dramatic 1-0 victory over Cameroon, courtesy of a 91st minute winner from captain Chancellor Mbemba. Nigeria began strongly in Rabat, dominating possession and creating earlier openings through Bright Osayi Samuel and Osimhen, whose powerful header struck the post in the 17th minute. Despite sustained pressure, the first half ended goalless. Akon Adams broke the deadlock earlier in the second half, pouncing on a loose ball to fire the Super Eagles ahead. But Gabon forced extra time with an 89th minute equalizer from Mario Lemina. Nigeria's superiority showed in extra time as Chidera Ejoke restored the lead after a smart pass from captain Wilfred Ndidi before Osimhen struck twice, his 30th and 31st goal for Nigeria to seal an emphatic win and claim calm nerves after a turbulent week for the squad. To end the news, star forward Victor Osimhen scored twice in extra time to clinch a 4-1 semi-final victory for the Nigeria over Gabon on Thursday and set up a Confederation of African Football 2026 World Cup qualifying final against the Democratic Republic of Congo. Captain Chancel Mbemba was the Congolese hero in the second semi-final, scoring in the first minute of added time to beat 8-time World Cup qualifier Cameroon 1-0 in torrential rain in Rabat. Nigeria will face DRC Congo on Sunday in the Moroccan capital, and the winners qualify for a Six-Nation FIFA Intercontinental Tournament in March. Bolivia and EU have already secured slots in the playoff, while Iraq or the United Arab Emirates will represent Asia, and there will be 2 qualifiers from the Central America Caribbean region. After semi-finals among the 4 lowest-ranked teams, the winners of the 2 finals will secure places at the World Cup in the United States, Canada, and Mexico. Nigeria are seeking a 7th appearance at the global showpiece, and DRC Congo a 2nd, having played in the 1974 tournament when the Central African country was called Zaire. Osimhen squandered a great chance to give Nigeria victory at the end of added time, freeing wide with open goalkeeper Lawrence Mbaba to beat. And this is how we wrap it up this afternoon on the Business Day TV News at noon. I am Glory Brown. Thank you, and stay tuned for more updates.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities. With millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria, Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get everyone in Nigeria with a suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Join us as we honor excellence at the Nigerian Business Leadership Awards 2025, a night dedicated to visionary leaders shaping Nigeria's business landscape. From Person of the Year to Outstanding Leadership in Non-Interest Banking and Financial Inclusion, Retailer of the Year, Business Leader of the Year, Female Executive of the Year, and many more. It's more than an award. It's a celebration of enterprise, innovation, and impact. For sponsorship or participation, contact Uchina on 0703 047 2336, Daniel on 0802 756 4653, or Shagun on 0812 024 3167. For Business Day Nigerian Business Leadership Awards 2025, celebrating excellence in enterprise.
Once we made the world's red gold palm oil that built nations. We wove ashoke that told our stories. We crafted leather that walked across continents. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go Local, from raw potential to market power. For exhibitions, sponsorship or partnerships, call Rachel on 0806 420 3499 or send a mail to rachel.edache@businessdayonline.com.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Welcome to today's show of BDTV My Center. And you can see the smiles on my face. I know a lot of Nigerians, especially football loving Nigerians, are already smiling, and it's very obvious. If you check through the headlines, you see Super Eagles, our team, they're trending, and kudos to the team for a job well done. It shows that their World Cup hope is alive once more. And we are not there yet, but we are hopeful that we'll get there. With me to talk more on this is Ibrahim Abubakar. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
How was the feeling yesterday?
It was elevating, not to downplay what has happened, but it was a very good one. I enjoyed myself.
Wow. How was the feeling yesterday?
Good afternoon. I was happy. Before there was so much talk about this giving us to be a big fight, but our boys showed that we are truly ahead of them.
It was actually a big fight because I could recall, on paper, Gabon was like walkover, but it didn't look like walkover because we thought we are ahead, and before they equalized. I was like, what is going to happen? And at that moment, Victor Osimhen saw he had the opportunity to bury the game, and a lot of Nigerians will feel that the Super Eagles have come. For me, my tension was high that night. I was saying, what is this? Because I could recall I was doing a draft for the story, and I keep editing. I said, what is all these things? Ibrahim, what was going through your mind at that time when Osimhen lost that sitter and the game went into extra time?
So a backstory. Yeah, so a friend came around and he was looking for an apartment. We were just moving around. We watched the game together down to like 60 minutes, and because we couldn't get the landlord to come over and all of that. Eventually, when the landlord came and we were moving around all of that, the Nigeria scored. We're like, oh, thank God, Super Eagles has scored. We're winning this game. Let's go back and finish this game. We went back in, sat in my room, and then they equalized. I was just down, like, what is this? Let's just be going home, the way it is. Like, let's go over and leave this thing and let people that are serious, go represent Africa or Asia or whatever. Then Osimhen got that 1-on-1 chance.
That would have been the last kick of the game, and he missed it. Osimhen typically, we know, misses what you think he probably scored. He prefer giving it. If you look at more than half of his goals are goals that you think are difficult to score. And so just it happened. Then I switched on the television. God, we'll go firehouse. So we then in the process all of this, the second goal came. Osimhen made it 3. Just watching on my phone, and it was. And you were relieved.
I was relieved. Let's see if we're playing Onana's Cameroon or we're playing DR Congo. Then I watched the game with Congo and Cameroon too, and it was also very very entertaining. On Sunday, hopefully our boys will get to do the wonders.
Yeah, Bronk, what will you say went well for the team? Because I noticed that the starting lineup, Seydou, Sanusi got back to the starting role. Benjamin Frederick was the central role with Calvin Bassey and Osai, a fantastic player. And we saw a long time played like this for the national team. There was sort of unity, there was sort of coordination. Even the first half they didn't score, but they created chances. So what do you think went well for the guys? Is it the coach formation, or there was a personal agreement with the boys that we need to get this job done?
I think the guys have made up their mind to qualify for the World Cup. Knowing the fact that I thought they didn't play well at the beginning of the qualifying matches.
At the qualifiers,
they realized they need to buckle up and coach if they actually want to play the World Cup. And they are misusing it's the coaching problem that we had at the beginning of the qualifying stage actually affected us. So when the hype of when other teams started celebrating that they've qualified for the World Cup, and our players actually you don't realize the implication of not being to the World Cup.
Yeah, listen, I don't know that.
What is being on their career, looking at their age, next 4 years, where would they still qualify? So they decided to buckle up, and we brought in a coach who has been able to stabilize the team. He has played 6 matches or 7 matches. He has won 5 or so. So they have been winning. Yesterday they went, despite the Gabonese didn't well in qualify. They had 25.
Yeah, they did actually well. They did very well. Just unfortunately they had to grab the playoff.
Behind Cote d'Ivoire.
You can imagine.
So, and the free scoring side, and inspired by
Aubameyang,
experienced Gabon striker. So he's now in Marseille. At 6 years old, he has been.
But he was never a threat yesterday.
Exactly. I have to check the list again to see if he was in the team.
Yeah, but this young guy, Benjamin
Frederick, fantastic player with Calvin Bassey. Yes.
I don't think Aubameyang had 1 or 2 shots on target. Maybe only 1 on target. What actually worked well for us yesterday for that? First of all, our guys had determination, and they wanted to win. If you look at the first half, we created so many scoring chances.
Yes.
By after the end of the first half, we'll have.
And we dominated play.
We'll have trying to go up.
At least, yes.
The brilliant.
And the keeper made some fantastic saves. Yes.
The brilliant heroic of the Gabonese goalkeeper.
Yes.
And then Chile went for 4-4-2 formation. A lot of Nigerians prefer that. They say 4-3-3 is our best plan. Uwobi and the midfield and the plants behind.
Yeah, Chukwueze and Lukman.
The thing is that they came with 3-5-2. They wanted to choke the midfield, but Chukwueze always tried to complement the effort of the Uwobi and Chukwueze forward.
Yes, it's just complement of the midfielders. Yes,
we didn't have, and of course, it was 4-4-2, but then the defenders often come to support the midfielders. So end of the day, it's more like we had 5 men in the midfield also. So we could challenge them. So their plan was to retain the pace of play in the midfield and now spread from there. But our guys too, our coach and our players should also, even if you are playing at the back, fall back to the midfield because the battle was at the midfield. So we had the game going for us. When towards like 10 minutes, I knew that we'd be able to contend and defeat them because those goals didn't come in. In the second half, they took the game to us. They played us second half, and our
guys, they came out for us.
Still in the string 2, 3, 4 passes together until when that goal came from Akko.
Akko, you know, the Akko was like a player who is desperate to score. He was like a hungry striker, and I could recall that immediately Chile removed him. I feared there would be a problem, and if immediately was removed, because the best form of defense is to attack. Because when you remove Akko, you have Osimhen, 2 hungry players up front. He's going to put a threat to the Gabonese defense. But immediately Akko was pulled out. Those guys came back and they started attacking. And before you know it, they scored.
And the goal came from even deflection at the point where we are on us, and they were running at us.
Yeah, it's when they go there.
Our guys did not even know what was going, what was happening. They were throwing everything at us, and our guys were shaking. So until that, but what actually we had our guys had the confidence, the experience of. I think they wanted to.
The confidence.
They wanted to soak them, then catch them.
Counter-attack, yeah.
Look at when they collapsed. Look at the pass that they gave to Shea.
Sweet pass.
That if it's scored, that would have been last pick of the
game. Yeah, it would have been the end of the game.
So they're a good side, but if you look at the quality of our team, the quality of the players we had, obviously we surpassed them.
Because before the game, it was a headline between Aubameyang and Victor Osimhen. You understand?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it proved that Osimhen is a world-class striker, any day, anytime.
So you hear
the headline. You
hear it from me today that probably after Hakimi's CAF Best Player Award, we'll probably have Osimhen because he's been fantastic this season.
Yes.
And maybe last season, you know, because he played in Turkey as a lone player, they don't want to you look at what Hakimi has done.
You say he's in line for the next CAF player.
Exactly.
The next one after
the next one after this, because obviously Hakimi should have that in the bag with what he did with PSG. Osimhen has done it. He's proven over time, every time, all day, that he's that striker I can call on to come and, you know, give you a win, give you goals, not just 1 goal, 2 goals, more than 2 goals. That 3 points. He didn't just 1 goal call on me. He did it against Liverpool. He did 3 goals call on me. He did it against Ajax. He can give you that result.
He's scoring
back-to-back goals. The matter of fact is currently the highest goal scoring African player in Europe.
Yes. And the highest goal scorer in the Champions League.
In the Champions League. So and in 2025, or should I say this season, he has also keep on that momentum. I feel like this is the time we tend to also back our own, because you know how it is in Europe, in Asia, in America, where you see a player doing well. For example, you see the likes of Yamal. Yamal scored 9 goals in the league last season, and you're calling for him to be the world best player. 9 goals.
So we should be mentioning Osimhen's name for Ballon d'Or, world best player.
Thank you very much. No, because you look at it from this angle that if we do not, you know, prioritize our own that is doing well, English media, Western media will not do it for us. They won't do it for us. There was a time Manny Caro was praised as the next best thing after Pixar. The guy did wonderfully well. He left Newcastle for Liverpool to West Ham. He's currently playing in the Division 2 in the French league. So these are some of the things I feel like we need to be doing now. He's doing well. Let's sing his praise. If he's not performing well, let's call his name. But right now that he's doing well, let's put him out there. This is not he's currently the deadliest striker in the world, not in Africa, in the world. So, but we want to argue, what's his name, Alan. But you see the kind of goals Osimhen scores. It's
fantastic.
The condition where you have exactly. The condition where you have Alan and Osimhen is stopping. So you can't just brush out.
If it was a Brazilian, probably
you know what I'm saying. If
imagine how
so going into because the CAF playoff, we are not. Is that I think we've sealed the qualification for the next year's World Cup. But I told people, the biggest hurdle is to skate through the CAF playoff, because when we skate through the CAF playoff, and a lot of Nigerians, inclusive myself, we're like, thank God that DR Congo were able to stop Cameroon for us, because Cameroon were like our nightmare Cameroon, I remember how Ghana stopped us the last time from qualifying for the World Cup. You know, when you hear Ghana, you hear Cameroon, it doesn't matter their form. Yeah. Once you hear Nigeria, it's like, hey, we are going to kill them.
Right.
Now, DR Congo, you know, got that vital win over Cameroon. And now we are playing DR Congo on Sunday. So, do you feel that this DR Congo haven't eliminated Cameroon? Do you feel that they are threats for Nigeria on Sunday? Right?
Well, I'd say everything we're playing at this point are a threat to our vision to qualify for the World Cup. Because if you look at I watched the game a little bit last night, and you see the Cameroonians are very good, but DR Congo was able to soak in that pressure, wait it out till they got that goal. So, and if you look at the Nigerian game too, we considered in the 80-something minutes.
9 minutes, yes.
9 minutes. So you see, and DR Congo scored in within that range to 91. So if Nigeria could soak in the pressure, hold on to play, and make sure that DR Congo by 70-80 minutes we're already leading them by at least a goal or two, then we can say, okay, we need this game. They are a team that are very good defensively. They want to also hold on to the threat of Osimhen and Akko and whoever is coming against them from the national Nigerian team. I believe that we can scale through the local qualification,
the CAF
playoff, but we need not overlook, downplay the strength of the DR Congo team. They scored wonderfully well too during the qualifier.
Looking at yesterday's lineup, me, I'm particularly impressed with Benjamin Frederick. For me, aside Osimhen scoring the 2 goals, but he did very well at the back line. And also, I'm also impressed with Chidera Ejuke, because it was the way that second goal was like a lifeline for us. It was the goal that brought the life from the team. And if you are to, what advice will you give Chile? You will advise him to still maintain the same squad or to tweak it, because Chukwueze didn't have a very good game yesterday. Lukman have not, since he has not had good game. And will you advise the coach to, maintain the same lineup or just tweak it a bit, actually within, between Chukwueze and Lukman, and maybe to give Chidera a starting role?
I think tomorrow match, Sunday match, he is suspended.
Yes. He's like, yes. But you have
there's the other Onyeka. There's the other Onyedika there. So
we have Frank Onyeka. Onyedika too.
So many of them coming to. I think the guy that plays Onyedika seems to be the better option. He can distribute more better than now. Onyeka, the Brentford guy is good in acting, in marking, but he may not be the best in terms of distribution of the ball. Right? Up front, as I think up front, I should go to with the same formation of Chukwueze to start at the right,
at the flanks.
Maybe Chukwueze had the best of game yesterday. We want to probably bring in Simon, then, but maybe or bring in Simon instead of from the flank. Simon should play from this side, and Chukwueze from this side. Then maybe put Lukman and Lukman on the bench. I think Lukman had a better game than Chukwueze, if you want to ask me.
So then again, I think Lukman is not the type of player you want to bring on to change a game. I'm not sure he was able to do that in his career. So it's better you start a Lukman to play, then take him off when you've read the game. You see that, okay, this guy probably is not playing his best now. Let's take him off. Let's bring in someone else. Because again, if you look at Lukman this season, he's been going through a lot mentally. We might not see it physically, but he's been going through a lot mentally. From trying to leave Atalanta to having he
has a new manager now.
But they've not played together. I'm not sure they even had a training. He had left Atalanta before the manager came in. So he was going to Atalanta to meet a new manager. But before that, or prior to that, he has been having issues back to back with the Atalanta team and the boardroom or probably the manager. So I think he needs to see a psychologist, or if the NFL, the Nigerian team has a psychologist on ground that they can just talk to him. Yeah, because we
themselves need psychologists.
So I think Ademola Lookman cannot give us his best now, probably because of what is going on in his life. Is it that he's not playing at all or he's starting? He's not the kind of player I feel you want to bring on to change a game. Probably for example, let's assume we're playing a draw, or the draw Congo team is leading the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Lookman is not the player you want to bring on to change the game.
A more compact team. The DR Congo side is a very good player, very good individual players. Be better than the Congo. The
Gabonese
have a compact defense. This guy from Wan-Bissaka. Only playing to as long as I think yesterday game was balanced, was evenly balanced between the two teams. Just that the Congo, the DR Congo took that chance, that corner and the chance. I've forgotten. They are the captain. I think the first name is Chance, but he took that. Not the ball went to the net.
I want to see.
At some point, Cameroon thought they would have won the match.
Yeah.
So it to be a more probably more maybe you may say tougher game for us, because both of them will know if you win this
game, you are moving to the
international playoff. It should not be an easy game. DR Congo will not. They will come at us.
Yeah.
And I know our boys would have superior experience, and to share there, we'll take our chances. But they have to take their chances.
I think the only thing that should be changing is probably Ndidi that is not playing, and Chukwu is it.
I want to ask quickly, because you can't take out the role of the bonus, the money that was paid. Before now, those guys refused to train. But do you think, getting paid was a very big motivation for the players?
I know you know the answer to that question already. Money motivates. So if you're giving a bonus to the players, especially if they're clamoring for it, blowing out the NFL.
And you saw the way they came out yesterday,
you saw the game, like, so, at some point I was like, this is not the Nigeria I was familiar with. We're scoring 4 goals. The last game before yesterday, we scored 4 goals. Yes. Now we're scoring 4 goals. So it's not like we don't have the quality in the team. As a matter of fact, during the qualifier, Nigeria is the second most expensive team on the continent after Morocco. You understand? So the NFF, the bodies involved, the managers, the board, they should be doing the right thing.
The advice the NFF should place any financial issues should be sorted. They need to be focused.
They need to rest, give them the best of hotels.
We are not there yet. Yeah. We are hopeful to get there. Just one more question. What's scoreline we predict between Nigeria and DR Congo?
3-1.
Nigeria. Yeah. And you, bro?
Nigeria will win. I predict. I see Nigeria winning 2-0.
So who are the likely goal scorers?
Peter Shea.
People say success is a friend of all. Everybody is calling. Even at the pitch, you can be hearing the fans say, "Oh, see me, oh, see me." For me, that alone is a drive for him.
Booster, yeah.
He's been loved, and I recall when he said when he missed that sitter, he apologized to his colleagues and said, "Guys, I'm so sorry, but I assure you, I will make it up in the extra time." And which he did. And for me, kudos to Super Eagles. Kudos to the team.
The DRC Congo side, they actually lost. They were leading their group before Senegal came to.
Yeah.
They had 1 point ahead of them. Senegal had 1 point. I qualified 1 point. I think Senegal had 26, 25. So it should be
a tough game,
a tough match. But I expect the experience for our guys to be able to.
Okay, the experience. Wow, I'm still happy. For me, I'm so happy. We hope you enjoyed today's show. Like I said the last time, let's keep praying that 5 Eagles of Nigeria gets the Intercontinental Playoff and hopefully be at next year's World Cup. Thank you so much. I will hope by next week it will be jubilation that, okay, yes, we've sealed the ticket for Intercontinental Playoff. My name still remains Anthony. Thank you for staying tuned for BDTV Match Center. Ibrahim, thank you for always being on ground. Thank you so much. Pray for Super Eagles that will get the World Cup ticket. Thank you. Bye for now.
am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Good afternoon and welcome to Business Day Television Roundtable, where we discuss issues of national importance and try to break them down to your understanding. My name is Joshua Bassi, and as always in the studio, I have with me two gentlemen who are going to look at the issues that we want to discuss today. And they are Mr. Odinaka Anudu, who is the Deputy Editor here at Business Day. And of course, I also have in the studio Mr. Chuka Uroko, who is the Assistant Editor here at Business Day as well. The two issues we'll be looking at today are, one, the Nigeria Labour Congress President Joe Ajaero as ASU to ensure that private universities are brought into the umbrella of ASU, as it were. And you are beginning to wonder when whether private universities are no longer, private, because really, but Ajaero has his reason, and we're going to look at that today, whether private universities should also become members of ASU. ASU, as we speak currently, are basically, drawn from public universities. Not even all state universities are members of ASU. But Ajaero is saying, look, it is time to bring private universities into ASU. Well, we will look at that today and see how we look at and see the merits and the demerit of that, And of course, the other issue we also want to discuss today is a report by the European Union, the agency, they call it Asylum, saying that over 100,000 police officers in Nigeria are attached to VIPs, very important personalities, that's what they call them. So just Nigeria Police Force is about 300 something thousand, strengths, and so over 100,000 officers are attached to VIPs, and then you are wondering what is left to actually police over 200 million the population. Gentlemen, that's the issues. Those are the issues we want to look at today, and I will be starting with you, Joker. As we speak, ASU is basically covering public universities. Private universities are not members of ASU. And I guess there's a reason why that is so. But here we have Joe Ajaero, who is president of the NLC, Nigerian Labour Congress, pushing for private universities to come under unionization of ASU. And I don't know where that idea is coming from, actually. Chuka, let me ask you.
Josh, thank you so much for that question. But I must start first of all to say that NLC seems to be at the end of its wits, so to speak. Because for the Labour Congress to start looking for where there is nothing leaves all of us, or leaves me particularly in a state of confusion. I don't know actually what they want to achieve by what they're saying, or the demand they are making. Also, NLC seems not to be coordinated. It's not at peace with each other, with itself. And I'm not surprised with what Ajaero, as the president of that Labour Congress, is saying, because by his person, he likes to stir controversy most of the time. Even I was privileged to be with him in the same newsroom.
Yeah, he was a journalist at Vanguard before moving to the Labour movement.
He can just come up with this kind of controversy, whether he derives any joy from that or just for the sake of it, I don't know. So for me, the idea of asking private universities to join ASU strike.
No, not to join ASU strike. To become members of ASU.
To become members of ASU. Yeah. And then perhaps when the ASU is on strike, they will also be part of it. So I don't know whether that is what is going to give them the impetus to do what they do, achieve what they want to achieve. So for me, that call doesn't really strike a chord, and I don't see what the importance is going to bring or what the impact is going to make in the whatever ASU strikes stands for. So for me, I don't see it's unnecessary. That's my take there. It's unnecessary.
Yeah. Odinaka, what's your take? As we speak, we have about 159 private universities in Nigeria, and we have about 157 public universities in Nigeria. Out of that, about 74 are owned by the federal government, while about 77 are owned by state government. So it means that actually almost equal numbers. If you look at the private universities and then of course the public universities, private 159, public 157. So you know that it's almost the same. It's almost the same. And then of course there's a reason why people. Let me even say there was a reason why. I think there was a gap. And so the coming in of private universities was to fill a gap. And I think they're doing that, the filling of that gap very, very well. The stable issue of incessant strike is not part of it. So parents have actually found solace in the private university. But George is trying to create controversy. Odinaka, what's your take on this?
I also read the report where he also noted that private universities were created as a form of opposition.
To spite ASU, right?
So yes, I think that doesn't make sense to me. First of all, I start asking myself every now and again, what has ASU achieved in universities? Between 1999 and 2025, they've gone on strike 16 times. What will ASU say that it has actually achieved within 16 years? Every day, they're still talking about 2009 agreements, Yaradua. Every day they're talking about old agreements. So it doesn't make sense. And I don't know why he's suggesting that. Maybe one small members so that they can, because otherwise I don't see. We created private universities were created because of incessant strikes in schools. You know that before even during the days of military, strikes were very frequent. So parents were no longer university that should a course of studies that will probably take you probably 4 years. Will probably take you 6. So people were getting fed up by that.
Yeah.
Every time is strike for one reason or the other, and most times you find out that some reasons for going on strike could be very, very. Some reasons were not reasonable. So I don't think it makes sense for private universities, because that would actually mean that the reason why they were established, because they are not government. So why will we force them? They are not government. They are not part of. They are individuals who set up. They are
businesses.
So I don't know why ASU has become so important after so many years of lack of achievement. Because when we go to universities, we see lots of projects that are not completed. There are so many things that are wrong with universities. I think it's okay. There's a story about somebody published a story. I think it was Punch about a university. About I think it's not university. I think it's actually a college. But that's by the way. But if you go around, sometime 2-3 years ago, on TV, there was a list of there were so many universities that were mentioned where they were running programs at universities yet without licenses. So people would go spend a year, 2, 3 years. At the end of the day, the ASU and NUC would say, particularly NUC now this time, NUC will say that they are not registered. So these are some of the things that ASU should be agitating for or against. A student will spend 3 years, and it's happening here in Lagos, here in different parts of Nigeria. People will spend 3 years in fake universities. At the end of the day, NUC will come up and say, this is not accredited, this school is not registered. These are some of the things they should be agitating for. There are many problems other than maybe a 2009 agreement. So I don't think it makes sense. And I would, if I were probably to work, if I had a private school, I wouldn't join them.
No, I don't even think any private university will allow that. By the way, private universities are, of course, it's privately owned, and I don't even think that the owners of private university will even listen to this kind of proposition.
Unionism actually comes with a lot of problems.
It comes, yeah. There's no doubt about that, you know. But again, look at because I think the very strong reason why this proposition by Joajero should be, you know, resisted, you know, vehemently is the fact that, just take for instance, if ASU goes on strike, right? Assuming private universities are part of ASU, and the ASU call for strike, and then everybody goes on. It means that the system would totally collapse. You understand? But today, the only, like I said earlier on, what looks like a solace, so to say, for parents is that, okay, fine, for those who can afford private university, you move your children, your work to a private university if you can afford. Yes, they are more expensive, but if you can afford, you know, you are able to pay, and you know that 4 years will be 4 years for a 4-year course. If it is a 5-year course, you know that it is actually going to be 5 years. So this idea of you know, you start school, but you cannot really predict when you are going, when your child is going to come out, is going to graduate. It's something that
I think even NLC didn't think it through, so because it didn't consider the impact it will have on families and households, and then even social unrest. It will bring about people, especially in the society, people will not be at peace. If everybody and anybody who is a student will be at home at a particular time because there is and this kind of call should even come from the private universities themselves. If there's so much that is there for ASU, so much of the members are benefiting from being members of ASU. I think it is now, because of what is accruing to them and not accruing to us. I know sometimes government will give money to public schools, which private schools don't take part in. But they're not complaining about that. They're not complaining. So if there's such benefits, so much benefit that public schools are getting from government that private schools are not getting, it's enough reason for that kind of call. Perhaps NLC will be doing a kind of social kind of, okay, let us help these people to benefit. But I don't think that is the issue. It's just that when there is a strike by ASU, let it be total. I think
that's what they're pushing for.
That might be the reason. So that the labor unions are now having upper hand. So let it be total, so that not when some children are in school, others are not. Then government will not feel the impact. Perhaps they will. They are just reasoning that most of the government officials, they have their schools in private school, their children in private schools. Therefore, they don't feel when there is a strike, they don't attend to it promptly. Okay, if the private schools are also part of the strike, then everybody is affected. Maybe that is what they are pushing for.
But is it also then going to say that, okay, foreign universities that those public officials also send their children to should come and so be part of the ASU?
Yes.
So that when they ASU go,
so that call for me is just self-serving. It's self-serving. Let us now, whenever we have issues, let it affect everybody.
Yeah.
And if it affects everybody, perhaps government will listen to them more than now that some people are in public schools and private school. I think this president will be concerned that children spend so long years in schools. Then when you have a place you can run to, to avoid that kind of thing. Somebody is saying, oh, you shouldn't be there.
Have they also been that?
Okay, because private universities have become business. There's not that bad. So these are where people that just put their money. You see those who have made money, just want to establish private universities. So that's where it's an investment now. This call by Ajero for private universities to join, so don't you think it will affect the confidence of investor? Because no investor wants to see that kind of instability, So he just wants to. An investor wants a system that runs, and is able to stable. Can actually is able to predict what it is that should come back to him, because it's an investment now, really, right?
Yes, the point is that let's assume that it is just his opinion, because I haven't seen it. This is just a one-off opinion. So if you start it, many people will no longer invest in that part of the economy.
Yeah.
So I won't put my money in a place where some individuals who don't care come and disrupt the entire thing and then move on. So that's the point. But I think the more important issue is the fact that this is what I expect NLC and ASU to be discussing. Is actually the education model that works for Nigeria. We do not have an education model that works for Nigeria. You understand? And it's very, very serious. So take for instance, what people, if you watch recently, notice that universities have been increasing school fees. So the poor man's child who goes to Federal University is also spending a lot of money for school fees, or on school fees. But the issue is that what type of model, education model works for Nigeria? Private model, public model. Because if you watch exactly the school fees and what private universities collect, one of the things I've noticed is the fact that because of inflation, the level of high inflation in Nigeria, notice that things tend to be very difficult for public universities. Very difficult for them. If you ask vice chancellors, they will tell you that they're getting less from the government, and the IGR too is also declining. I think that they should be talking about this. How do we ensure that education works for everybody? So must it be when it just, our analysis, everybody was talking about moving your children to private universities to avoid strike. That's what should be talking. There are professors, there are lecturers, they should be telling us the models that can work, and not all of these things. If you look at the private sector model, it's very expensive. If you look at the public sector model, it's actually subsidized, but is it sustainable? These are the kind of intellectual argument I expect to hear from even Ajero. You understand? So this is more, because neither is working, neither is beneficial to everybody. The poor man cannot send his words to private universities. The rich guys or the ultra rich are sending their children outside Nigeria or moving into private schools. So how do we get an education system that works for everybody?
Yes.
It's a very important.
It's very important.
There was a time I developed a model. Very difficult because I thought about it over and over and over. That's why politicians are failing in Nigeria. They come, they say they will do education for all, or maybe scholarships. They stop it midway because they have not really sat down to think it through. That if you do free education, it is not a sustainable model, because free education will eat into government's coffers. At the end of the day, you cannot sustain it. You understand? If you reduce school fees to a certain extent, you begin to suffer.
Yeah, you struggle to.
So how do we actually get a model that works? Do we involve international organizations? How do we raise money?
Okay, it's an important, question that government should actually look into. The Federal Ministry of Education, of course, alongside with even state ministries of education and the other stakeholders within the education sector. I think that's fun, because it's important to actually develop a model that actually works for
accommodates everybody.
Works for everybody and work effectively, for everybody. But then, I mean, still going back to this call by some I've seen a few commentaries that people have verified that in terms of even if you were to allow private universities to join ASU, if at all that it will bring about a decline in the quality of delivery.
Yes.
Because as we speak, there are people who have the notion that look, private universities are delivering a better quality education than them. So if you want to then allow them to be part of ASU and then begin to bring them to a level where at par with public university, and then the quality will also begin to go down. So I think it's something that it should not be allowed. You should just we know that there are concerns about the like you said, the money, the fee in private universities far higher compared to what. But I think that stakeholders in the education sector should actually just sit down, talk about what model works, so that the children of the poor
can also go to
school. So it's not only the children of the rich, because at the end of the day, the children of the poor and the children of the rich will meet somewhere.
Society, yes.
Whether we like it or not, at some point they will meet.
Their roads will cross.
Everybody lives here.
Their path will cross.
Their path will cross. I think it's in the interest of this in this case Nigeria to ensure that both the poor and the rich families also create a path such that everybody can just at least have some level of education that can take him or take her through his or her life. Okay, well, gentlemen, we'll go on a short break now. When we come back, we'll discuss the other topic that we have for today. Welcome back, viewers. We are discussing two key issues in our country. In the last 20 minutes or thereabout, we've been discussing the call by Joe Ajero, president of the NLC, for private universities to come under the umbrella of ASU. And I think our consensus here is that, look, you don't even discuss that at all. It's not something that we should be considered, given the damage we believe that would do to the education sector. We've seen several strikes by ASU, and we've seen the damage that strike has continued to do to our education in Nigeria. I think that the call by Joe Ajero is not welcome at all. Private universities should be allowed to operate the way they operate. The public universities should be allowed the way they operate. But we should actually say that as much as possible, government and stakeholders in the education sector should see as much that they can do to actually stop the incessant strike that we are witnessing in our public universities. But then, gentlemen, let's look at the other topic. A report by European Union agency, Asylum, that's what they call them, is saying that over 100,000 police officers in Nigeria are attached to VIPs. In a country where you have over 36 million people, and we have a police population, police strength, workforce of about 37,000 thereabout. 371,000 or thereabout.
In total.
And then out of this number, over 100,000 are attached to VIPs. Odinaka, what does this say about the fact that the police are not even able to do what they should do in society? Because this is the number that are attached to VIP, and these VIPs are just a few people leaving the chunk of the population to just without effective policing.
I want to tell you, so I went to there. I was shocked. Then I understood exactly what this report meant. I know the report is a recent report, but then I understood this concept. Was the day I went to a church and I saw a man the son of a general overseer, with police all around him. That was the day I knew that we're in trouble. Again, when I was in Abuja and Kubwa, I saw a general overseer. His headquarters are still in Abuja, Kubwa. He was moving. Everybody was saying, this is the GS. It's the GS of social church. You see policemen. Geo. You know, GS, depending on the church, superintendent. Okay. So, I mean, I think more than 10 policemen are guarding one man. People who, some of them who are even preaching, telling people,
don't believe in God and trust in God.
That God is your security.
God is your security. And now all of those people that are preaching don't have security attaches.
And he himself has
10. It's actually a mockery. It's a mockery on what we have in our society. So the problem is that while we have policemen attached to politicians and clergymen, it's a fact that one, don't blame crimes. First of all, blame them. Because it's actually their actions that led to such whatever you call crimes. I know a politician, I won't mention him because people will say it's because of, I know a politician who works freely without a policeman. It's actually as a result of some of the things they do in the office. When you don't do well in an office, you will need a retinue of soldiers and policemen. But when you do well in the society, I'm not saying that you will not have one or two people guiding you, but you don't have to have, because the issue is that this is not evenly distributed. A House of Representative member will probably have 3 or 4. The governor will have 25 or soldiers. Then the senator will have 8. So it's not evenly, a local government chairman will probably have 6 or 7. So what type of society? We are now, look at the population. Recently our population is now 230 million, approximately 230 million. I have policemen, 370,000 policemen. That's almost it's not up to 2 to 1. So the ratio is probably 1.5, something like that, or less than 1.5 to 1 man.
Okay, thank you, Dinaka. Chuka, there's one thing that is worrisome, in all of this, is that every Inspector General of Police that comes, there's usually this order, directive, that policemen attached to VIP should be withdrawn. The Petokun, they carried the Petokun, they current the Inspector General of Police, when he came in 2023, when he was appointed in 2020, got this directive. In fact, in 2025, this year, there was a follow-up to this directive, but nothing has been done. And so is it I don't know, because you see, it's just like a case of police, Inspector General of Police coming and say, oh, no roadblock, all roadblock dismantled. So you see them coming in to give this directive, all roadblocks dismantled, policemen attached to VIPs withdrawn. But we still see these guys, like this report now. So does it mean that the IG just talk to nobody, or who should enforce such directive really? And the IG, such directive.
Josh, it's difficult to fault that report.
Or is it that the IG is just deceiving people?
Let me just learn. It's difficult to fault that report because if you go out there, you see the kind of people who go about with police security, so to say, anyway. I had a friend sometime, not a politician, not a government official, just an individual who has money. And each time I went to this man's office, there were 4 policemen, 2 at the gate, 2 at the reception. Then in his house, he had 2 waiting for him to come home. And he's just an individual. So what police authorities do is not necessarily because, this is an important personality as quoted here. oh, I need 3 police officers. I need 4 police officers. Depending on how much you give, you will get as many as you want. So that number may even become just conservative. It may be more. And that's why even police, the number that is left for the totality of all of us, they are not even well equipped to respond to emergencies.
Yeah, because that's another
so
thing.
If
the ones attached to the VIPs, they take the guns.
They take everything, everything, equipment, even the vehicles go with them. Because if you have to move with a police officer or police officer, you have to fuel their vehicle. And if you cannot fuel their vehicle, you cannot have a police officer.
And yet, if there's a crime, they say
and if there's they just tell you point blank that there's no vehicle. And when there's fuel, when there's a vehicle, there's no fuel. So we are just misplacing priorities in this country. I have a story that tells me that the federal government has just set up a committee to go around the entire country to find out the state of the police barracks and even their residences. Now, there is also a plan by the federal government to employ 3,000 police officers, new. But one of the chairman of that committee, incidentally, the governor of Enugu State, they were in Port Harcourt a couple of days ago, and then they said, oh, we cannot recruit as many police officers as stated, because there's no barracks, there's no training college where that is enough to accommodate this kind of people to train them. So the facilities are not there. And if you find that it's not as if government doesn't know what they can do, or it doesn't know what it should do. It's because a lot of things are going the way they should not go. Like what I'm just telling you. So this number of police officers would have been recruited, trained, and pushed to the society. But they cannot go because there's no police college ready to absorb them. The facilities are not there to absorb those men and women.
The barracks
are not there. So a lot of things just misplaced priorities in the country and then allocate the resources wrongly.
Okay, fine. Odinaka, the money that the police as an institution, right, gets from these policemen that are attached to VIP, because they pay, right?
Yes.
Those individuals pay for this thing. When does that money go?
Aspiration of police,
Because, like he said, if you go to the police today to make a report, the police will ask you to pay. In fact, in some cases, they ask you to even bring money for them to buy
paper and
pen and all of that. So they're always telling you, no, there's no money, there's no reason. In fact, they'll ask you to fuel. If you have to invite them to go anywhere, invite them. So where does the money go?
Normally, what they will tell you, what will be on the paper, is the fact that they have deployed so policemen officers to this place, but you will pay them despite their salaries. You're paying those guys first, and of course DPO will not release them except
you part with something.
If you don't get, if it's not getting anything, that's how sad it is. They don't know that Nigerians are the ones protecting themselves, because that's exactly what has happened. These days, you find that if you read news everywhere, it's where that people are taking laws in their own hands because they don't have anybody to protect them. So, one, the money goes into private pockets. Surely, it doesn't go to the government. You don't want it. Ordinarily, what should have happened is that if a bank needs this man, they should register and pay the money directly to the government.
Yes.
Or does it go into the account of government account? No. If no matter how you make legislation about this, it will never work. Because the DPOs, the IGs, all those guys will frustrate your efforts. So that's how bad it is. Corruption in the police. Every time they do reports about this Transparency International, all this, they always tell you that police and judiciary, that's where you find biggest
corruption.
So we cannot, Nigerians have given up on police. you're my friend now, you're a police officer, I will start applying to have a friend who's I start confidence, not looking for more than you. I don't need it. You might even put up
friends.
So that's how bad things have become. Let me also add that there are also countries, perhaps the Nigerian does not know, there are also countries in the world, Iceland, New Zealand, all other countries that are least police. So they don't attach policemen to politicians because they don't have many. The people who are police officers in those countries, but
the citizen.
Everybody, even the president right now, he works
freely.
He works freely. He doesn't commit crime. He doesn't embezzle money. That's why I mentioned that why it has appeared as if crime, everybody's afraid of kidnapping, and it's actually because of the attitudes of those politicians. Those people, not just politicians, so including religious leaders. In this day, politicians that we do, all of them, it's just one of them. Many of them have their police
guards.
But generally, it's because of the attitude of the individuals who are in power, not only politicians. What they have done
is haunting them.
It's haunting them. It has made life difficult for a number of people who now turn to crime. So that's why we find everybody struggling to protect themselves.
All right, thank you, Odinak. I think this is where we'll draw the curtain. But I think it's important to mention the fact that we can't have a country where we, even the number we're calling, because 371,800 policemen in Nigeria to police a population of over 200 million people. Already, that number we are not even sure as many as that. Because I recall at one event some time ago in Lagos, some years ago in Lagos, right from I was covering State House, and there was this, every now and then, the police in Lagos saying that there are 33,000. There are 3,000 policemen in Lagos, covering estimated population of 22 million. So that same figure of 33,000 policemen in Lagos was quoted by like 5 commissioners of police in Lagos who have come and gone at different, so at one point, at that one, if I don't want to mention his name, he retired as the Assistant Inspector General of Police. Okay. In the last 12 years, you policemen in Lagos have been quoting this same 33,000 policemen in Lagos. But I know that police retire. I know that new ones are recruited, but in the last 12 years, you call this 33. So can you tell us exactly how many you are in Lagos? But you know what the Commissioner of Police said. So that they figure that you can't give them the figure of is security information. But this 33 you are quoting is what? In the last 12 years is that. So really, we cannot even actually say the exact number. Yeah, 371,800 we are quoting for the nation generally. Is correct. But the point is that even if that were to be correct, I mean, that is actually not enough to police a population of over 200 million people. But to even then take out of that over 100,000 out to actually then just secure some
1% of
private people and then the so-called VIP politician, I think is a disservice to the nation. It's a disservice to the nation. It is not surprising, therefore, that if you go to police, if you call a policeman in an emergency situation, you may not even find them to come and rescue such a situation. It's not also surprising that we have a lot of crime because we don't have enough.
I know what's surprising. If you have a crime at night, those places where you have those policemen, they will fight, shoot real gun. But if you have, I went to a police station one day and one guy came and reported that they just snatched his phone. Police officer gave him gun. I asked him to go and fight them.
So it's something of concern, and I think that the government should look into it because really there are private security agencies, private security outfits, where individuals, this PIP actually can approve. You have to give them to provide security. And so the police actually provide security for the citizens generally. I think that would be the best approach, and we hope that this does not continue. And like I said earlier on, we've seen every Inspector General of Police upon being appointed coming out to say that, look, we
don't want this, we don't want that.
This. But it's never really been, implemented. We still see this huge number of policemen attached to VIPs, leaving the citizen to just, face the situation on their own. We hope that that this discussion will kind of generate that interest enough for the police to do the right thing and for the government actually to do the right thing. And then so that at the end of the day, we have more of these policemen protecting the citizens and not just I know that the VIPs are also citizens, but they can afford to
private
security outfit to provide the security for them. Okay, so this is where we're going to draw the curtain for now. Thank you so very much for viewing. Gentlemen, thank you for being with me in the studio.
Thank you for having us.
My name is Joshua Bassi. Please keep watching BusinessDay Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Once we made the world's red gold palm oil that built nations. We wove ashoke that told our stories. We crafted leather that walked across continents. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go local, from raw potential to market power. For exhibitions, sponsorship or partnerships, call Rachel on 0806 420 3499 or send a mail to rachel.edache@businessdayonline.com.
We are not.
Join us as we honor excellence at the Nigerian Business Leadership Awards 2025, a night dedicated to visionary leaders shaping Nigeria's business landscape. From Person of the Year to Outstanding Leadership in Non-Interest Banking and Financial Inclusion, Retailer of the Year, Business Leader of the Year, Female Executive of the Year, and many more. It's more than an award. It's a celebration of enterprise, innovation, and impact. For sponsorship or participation, contact Uchina on 0703 047 2336, Daniel on 0802 756 4653, or Shagun on 0812 024 3167. For Business Day Nigeria Business Leadership Awards 2025, celebrating excellence in enterprise.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Once we made the world's red gold palm oil that built nations. We wove ashoke that told our stories. We crafted leather that walked across continents. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go local, from raw potential to market power. For exhibitions, sponsorship, or partnerships, call Rachel on 0806 420 3499 or send a mail to rachel.edache@businessdayonline.com.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you?
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really make business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Oladabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Now, this is News Update brought to you live on Business Day Television News Studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Kara Rice Mills, the EFCC hands over 104.1 million naira tax recovered to Niger State. A Nigerian fintech Paystock suspends co-founder Israel Ulubi over sexual misconduct allegations. PENCOM extends pension capital compliance deadline to June 2027. And the MDGIF invests 287 billion naira in gas infrastructure, unlocks $500 million funding. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Destiny Momo. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has returned over 104 million naira in unremitted taxes to the Niger State government. The funds were handed over on Wednesday in Ilorin after investigators confirmed that Kiara Rice Mills failed to remit taxes between 2021 and 2024. The EFCC says intelligence received in February showed the rice processor based in Mokwa was operating profitably, but not meeting its tax obligations as foreign exchange malpractice section led the probe, which resulted in the full recovery of the outstanding amount. EFCC chairman, represented by Zonal Director C.E. Anselm Ozioko, said the agency would continue to recover stolen funds and return them to the rightful owners, while Niger State officials welcomed the recovery, saying it will support key development projects. The announcement comes as the EFCC reports wider, including thousands of convictions and the hundreds of billions recovered between 2023 and 2025. And now moving on, Paystack has suspended its co-founder and chief technology officer, Israel Ulubi, after old tweets containing sexually explicit comments involving minors resurfaced on Thursday and spread rapidly across social media. The company, speaking from Lagos, revealed that it has launched a formal investigation and removed him from all duties with immediate effect. The tweets posted between 2009 and 2013 prompted swift backlash, leading Olubi to deactivate his X account on November 13th, while Paystack says it will not comment further until the investigation is concluded, as scrutiny of workplace conduct continues to rise in Africa's tech industry. The case places fresh pressure on Paystack, one of Nigeria's most prominent fintechs, acquired by Stripe in 2020 and now expanding across several African markets, including recent moves into business banking through the acquisition of Brass. Olubi's suspension also comes as Nigeria strengthens child protection laws, with the Senate approving amendments that introduce life imprisonment for defiling a minor and remove gender bias in rape provisions. Still on, the National Pension Commission has extended the deadline for pension operators to meet revised capital rules, as PFAs and pension fund custodians now have until June 30, 2027, up from December 2026. PENCOM says the addendum clarifies calculations as statutory reserve funds will count towards shareholders' funds, while some pension funds, like the Personal Pension Plan and Foreign Currency Fund, are excluded from certain capital surcharges. The Commission will monitor compliance biannually, while operators falling short must meet requirements within 90 days, as the rules still apply immediately to new licenses. And according to reports, the move follows PENCOM's September overhaul, raising minimum capital for PFAs to 20 billion naira, while operators with more than 500 billion naira in assets must add 1% of excess AUM, aiming to strengthen financial stability in the sector. And our up ahead, MDGIF invests 287 billion naira in gas infrastructure and unlocks $500 million funding. Now, this more we will bring to you after this timeout. Stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that, because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think, is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome back to News Update. The federal government says the midstream and downstream gas infrastructure fund has invested over 287 billion naira in gas projects across Nigeria. The announcement was made at the Energy Correspondents Association of Nigeria conference in Abuja, and the PRA CEO Farouk Ahmed, represented by Dr. Joseph Tolorunse, revealed the fund has backed 62 projects with 16 companies and attracted $500 million in additional funding from a Flexim Bank. Ahmed highlighted sector gains under the Petroleum Industry Act, including refined product output rising to 3.8 billion liters and crude supply to domestic refineries doubling to 40,000 barrels per day. Key projects include LNG Train 7 AKK and OB3 pipelines and the Walter Smith refinery expansion. The authority has issued 10 gas distribution licenses and 23 refinery licenses, expected to add over 850,000 barrels per day to domestic refining, while 3 new refineries in Edo, Delta, and Abia will have a combined capacity of 140,000 barrels per day. And away from that story, the Pension Transitional Arrangement Directorate has paid 3.9 billion naira in arrears to 91,146 eligible pensioners under the Defined Benefit Scheme, as confirmed in a statement by PTAD's Head of Corporate Communications, Olubenga Ajayi. According to the statement, PTAD disbursed 1.9 billion naira to 59,865 pensioners in the parastatals and 830 million naira to 12,976 in the civil service and 620 million naira to 9,689 in the police, while 551 million naira went to 8,616 pensioners under the customs, immigration, and prisons. PTAD's Executive Secretary Tolulokpe Odunaya said the exercise reflects the federal government's commitment to clearing outstanding arrears and improving pensioners' welfare. PTAD had earlier announced that implementation of the new pension increment, with the package including a percentage increment of 10.66% and 12.95%, expected to benefit about 832,000 pensioners. And still on the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria has projected that the country's manufacturing output will grow by 3.1% in 2026, supported by new tax incentives, harmonized levies under the tax regime taking effect in January. And MAN says the projection sustained in its manufacturers' CEO's confidence index exceeds the 1.6% growth recorded in the second quarter of 2025 and is expected to raise the sector's contribution to real GDP to 10.2% next year. And MAN's Director of Research and Economic Policy, Dr. Oluwasegun Oshidipe, revealed the sector's capacity utilization has already improved from 57.6% in the second half of 2024 to 61.3% in the first half of 2025, boosted by access to single-digit loans under the 75 billion naira Industrial Support Fund. And MAN's outlook also focused naira appreciating between 1,300 naira and 1,400 naira per dollar in 2026, alongside a drop in inflation to 14% and a possible cut in the benchmark interest rate to around 23%. And now to end our local news, the Nigerian Exchange Limited sustained its bullish momentum on Thursday as all share index rose by 1.08% to close at 146,981.17 points, with market capitalization also gaining 1 trillion naira, settling at 93.48 trillion naira. The rebound follows Wednesday's strong recovery when the ASI and market capitalization climbed by 2.88% to 145,403.83 points and 92.48 trillion naira, respectively, after Tuesday's historic 5.01% crash. And despite Thursday's positive close, trading activity weakened as the number of deals fell by 3.40% to 23,675, while the volume of traded stocks dropped by 25.63% to 599.71 million units. And market sentiment also remained strong, with 56 gainers against 10 losers. And in sectoral performance, the insurance index rose by 4.58%, and the banking index up by 3.80%. The consumer goods and oil and gas indices also advanced by 1.73% and 0.65%, respectively. And still to come, Mali sees record surge in foreign kidnappings by jihadist groups. This and more after this commercial break. Stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome back to news updates. We now head to Africa. Mali is facing a dramatic escalation in insecurity as jihadist groups have carried out a record number of kidnappings targeting foreigners this year. According to report, at least 22 to 26 foreign nationals were abducted between May and October 2025, marking the highest figure ever recorded in the country. The number nearly doubles the previous record of 13 kidnappings in 2022, as victims include Chinese, Indian, Egyptian, Emirati, and Iranian nationals, as well as several people from the Balkans, a Serbian, a Croat, and a Bosnian. Now, these abductions are attributed largely to the NIM, the Al-Qaeda-linked coalition operating across the Sahel, while experts say the practice has become a key pillar of JNIM's so-called economic jihad. And ransoms have reportedly reached staggering levels, as the group is believed to have secured up to $50 million for the release of an Emirati hostage and his entourage. And beyond financing militant operations, these kidnappings aim to undermine foreign investment and further destabilize Mali's already fragile political and economic landscape. With international actors increasingly targeted, the crisis reportedly poses growing risk for diplomacy, development, projects, and regional security across West Africa. And also, Africa is grappling with its most severe cholera outbreak in a quarter of a century, as reports warned on Thursday, linking the surge to fragile water infrastructure and ongoing conflicts across parts of the continent. According to the agency, more than 300,000 cholera and suspected cholera cases have been recorded recently, along with over 7,000 deaths, a rise of more than 30% compared to last year. Countries such as Angola and Burundi have seen infections spike dramatically in recent weeks due to limited access to safe drinking water. According to reports, the outbreak in Congo is now under control, with cases declining, while improvements have also been noted in South Sudan and Somalia, though conflict-affected regions remain particularly vulnerable as overcrowded camps with poor sanitation accelerate transmission. Separately, authorities in Ethiopia have identified 8 suspected cases of viral hemorrhagic fever and are awaiting test results, while rapid response teams work to contain the threat. And moving on to the foreign scene, China has summoned the Japanese ambassador in Beijing over Prime Minister Senator Takaichi's comments on Taiwan. China and Japan have been locked in an escalating war of words this week, set off by Takaichi's suggestion that Japan could respond with its own self-defense force if China attacked Taiwan. And both countries' foreign ministries have lodged serious protests and each order, while Chinese diplomat also made a comment which some interpreted as a threat to behead Takaichi. Despite touches on the historical animosity between China and Japan, as well as long-standing strategic ambiguity on the sovereignty of self-governed Taiwan, the current tensions were sparked at the parliamentary meeting in Japan last Friday, when an opposition lawmaker asked Takaichi what circumstances surrounding Taiwan would count as a survival-threatening situation for Japan. And away from that, Malaysia has introduced a new system aimed at reducing the bureaucratic hurdles faced by foreign professionals and their families who overstay their visas for short periods. The initiative, known as the Overstay Management Program, allows holders of employment passes and dependent passes to pay standardized fines for outstays of up to 90 days, an option that replaces the previously lengthy and often complex enforcement process. The move marks a significant shift in how Malaysia handles immigration lapses for expatriates, a group that plays a central role in the country's technology, manufacturing and service sectors. And previously, individuals who remained in the country more than 30 days beyond the expiration of their pass were automatically referred for investigation under the Overstay Investigation Paper process. And up next is sports news after this break. Stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Once we made the world's red gold palm oil that built nations. We wove ashoke that told our stories. We crafted leather that walked across continents. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go local, from raw potential to market power. For exhibitions, sponsorship or partnerships, call Rachel on 0806 420 3499 or send a mail to rachel.edache@businessdayonline.com.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome back to News Update, and I'm moving on to sports news. Kylian Mbappe scored twice as France sealed their place at the 2026 FIFA World Cup with a commanding 4-0 victory over Ukraine on Thursday in a match marked by emotional tributes on the victims of the 2015 Paris attack. Michael Olise and Hugo Ekitike also found the net in a dominant performance at a packed base at Prince's, and after a minute silence was observed by 41,000 spectators in honor of the 130 victims of the November 13, 2015 attacks, France took control of the match. Mbappe opened the scoring from the penalty spot early in the second half with a calm chip before Olise doubled the lead in the 76th minute. Mbappe struck again to mark it 3-0 while Ekitike capped the ninth with his first international goal as Les Blues secured the victory they needed to clinch qualification for the 2026 World Cup in North America. And now to end the news, President Bola Tinubu has congratulated the Super Eagles on their emphatic 4-1 victory over Gabon in Thursday's FIFA World Cup Africa playoff match in Rabat, Morocco, describing the performance as a true reflection of Nigeria's resilient spirit. In a statement issued by his spokesperson, Bayo Onanuga, the president praised the team's courage, balance, and precision, noting that football remains one of the country's strongest symbols of unity and shared national pride. The president added that the victory injects renewed energy into the national mood and strengthens Nigerians' collective resolve to see the team clinch a spot at the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Tinubu commended the players, coaches, and technical crew for their professionalism and commitment, saying the performance reflects the depth of Nigeria's sporting talent. And this is where we wrap up the news update on Business Day television this afternoon. Remember to follow us across platform and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more insights. I am Destiny Mama. Many thanks for watching. Good afternoon.
Once we made the world's red gold palm oil that built nations. We wove ashoke that told our stories. We crafted leather that walked across continents. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go local, from raw potential to market power. For exhibitions, sponsorship or partnerships, call Rachel on 0806 420 3499 or send a mail to rachel.edache@businessdayonline.com.
Join us as we honor excellence at the Nigerian Business Leadership Awards 2025, a night dedicated to visionary leaders shaping Nigeria's business landscape. From Person of the Year to Outstanding Leadership in Non-Interest Banking and Financial Inclusion, Retailer of the Year, Business Leader of the Year, Female Executive of the Year, and many more. It's more than an award. It's a celebration of enterprise, innovation, and impact. For sponsorship or participation, contact Uchena on 0703 047 2336, Daniel on 0802 756 4653, or Shagun on 0812 024 3167. For Business Day Nigerian Business Leadership Awards 2025, celebrating excellence in enterprise.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.